Italy, how are they coping? That must be emotionally draining for you at some point.
When the crisis was at its height in Italy, my parents were very, very scared. They were scared for themselves because they are elderly, but also for me being in Africa because they didn't understand that actually here it was easier. So they were very, very worried.
Okay, so Your Excellency, I see a lovely summer hut here. So maybe we can continue our conversation there.
Okay.
I've been making you stand for a long time. Welcome back. You're still watching Diplomatic License on Citi TV. Once again, my name is Apioko, and we're live on DSTV channel 363, GoTV channel 182. And just stay interactive, use the hashtag Diplomatic License. And as you know, or in case you just joined us, let me tell you, I've been having a conversation with Her Excellency Diana Concha. It's the second week that I've spent with her. She's been very gracious, a most wonderful host, and she is the ambassador of the European Union to Ghana. And we've been having brilliant conversations. Your Excellency, before we went on the break, to come and sit on this beautiful summer hut. Your house is just gorgeous.
Thank you.
Every corner. But let's talk about this piece before we even continue. I see, is it pieces of coconut, caps of light bulbs, bottle caps as well?
Yeah, very well spotted. This is another piece from the workshops that we had some time ago at the Alliance Française, the follow-up to the beach cleanup.
Yes.
This is material that was found on the beach, including the small branches up there.
Okay.
And this is another of the pieces that the kids and young people made that participated in the workshop.
So just like the candle holder that I fell in love with last week. Okay.
That one.
It's wonderful. It's wonderful. Your Excellency, let's talk a little bit more about you and Ghana. I mean, you have a family. I've met your daughter Olivia. She's just a bundle of joy, all around. Love her energy, love her confidence. But you have a wonderful better half. And last week we did speak a lot about him and how supportive he's been throughout your career. And do we get to meet him? Or, can we call him?
Of course.
He's carrying a very interesting contraption with him. Hello, sir.
Hello.
So this is
join
Dirk.
us.
Hi. See you for a moment.
You're welcome.
Dirk is from Belgium, as you've already heard from my daughter, I think.
Yes.
I think she mentioned it.
Yes, she did.
She
She said you're from Italy, you're from Belgium, and she mentioned that her parents met in Brussels.
Right.
Yeah.
That's true.
And that is from the Dutch-speaking part of Belgium, the Flemish region. So before you ask me, I have not learned Dutch. But Dirk speaks quite good Italian, actually, even if I make fun of him. But his Italian is quite good. My Dutch is almost non-existent. But if I am really in big trouble, I can speak Dutch. But otherwise, I prefer not to.
She's being modest as usual.
Oh, I'm sure she is. I'm sure she is.
She's much better than she says.
I'm sure she is. But the two of you met in Brussels. Now, Your Excellency, some time ago when we met, you mentioned that a lot of Europeans find themselves in Brussels at some point, especially when they're starting out in their careers and whatnot. So can we talk a little bit about that? How do people end up in Brussels?
Okay. Well, first of all, because there are the European institutions, I think only in the Commission is 30,000 people, and there will be another few thousands working in the Council and in the European Parliament, which is the other big institution of the European Union. But then this is just, if you want, the tip of the iceberg, because then there is a lot of other bodies that gravitate around the Eurocrat world. So there would be lobby groups, there are a lot of lawyers, there are representatives of companies, there are also all the European associations of different businesses and industries. So, you know, Food and Drink Europe, for example, they're in Brussels, and they also employ a number of people.
Okay.
So all this is the constellation, if you want, of the European interest.
So all the stars that we see on
NGOs.
the-
Yeah,
Constellation.
exactly.
EU flag.
Yeah, somehow there are NGOs, all the development partners. Then there is NATO as well in Brussels. They have nothing to do with us, but NATO also employs a lot of people and has its own galaxy around it. Brussels is a big business hub, business and industry hub.
Okay. So what's it been like? Because you travel a lot, Your Excellency, and Dick, you have to follow her around, if I can put it that way. But I know you're a man who has a career yourself.
Yeah,
Okay,
well-
so what were you doing back in Brussels?
I worked as an IT professional
Okay.
for like 23 years with the same company.
Okay.
It was a consumer aid organization, basically when either consumers run into trouble with they bought the wrong product or something's gone wrong with it.
Okay.
We helped them to defend themselves, or also on a larger scale that if we noticed that certain products were not up to standard, we would announce that to the press. We would lobby for a better law being made around it. So that was the main aim. And I handled, let's say, the databases for that company,
Okay.
all which was also internationally connected with other organizations over Europe. So I also got to travel a bit, a lot less than ambassador, of course. But as for following her around, well, this is our first posting.
Okay.
So
When I went to Uruguay, I was by myself.
Exactly.
I hadn't met him yet.
yes, that was
Okay.
pre-me.
So, but what has the experience been like? And I mean, you've had to move the whole family. You've had to
Yes.
leave work to be in Ghana. What has the experience been like?
Well, you know, I'm a pretty static person sometimes. I will just go and keep on going, and I'm content. I mean, I'm easy go with the flow, and I looks more for, let's say, new things. So, in a way, she gave me possibility to also make new experiences, and I'm very grateful for that, because even though she thinks like, okay, I've taken you away from your job, that job was a job.
Yeah.
Paid bills and had nice colleagues, but it's the same thing over and over again. Even there were some interesting things. So now I've been able to, let's say, unfold new aspects of my personality. Been able to, let's say, get some of my energy in new things. I've been following painting classes. We've been, we're doing beach cleanups. I got to co-organize the Europe Day 2 years ago.
Which was beautiful, by the way. I still remember the horse. Was it a big eagle as
was the
well?
eagle, yes.
That was one of the most beautiful
And then
national days I'd ever
whole
seen.
field here was filled with art. It was so wonderful. Yeah.
Yeah.
The horse was from Joseph Cola, the guy of the
Yes.
musicians in
Oh,
the house.
I see.
And
Nice.
it's in the recycling spirit, because all the art that we had in the garden that day was recycled, and he recycles these mechanical parts, so it's fully in line.
It was such a brilliant experience. I remember it very well. And my TV director, he's directing the show. Shout out to Nida Kumoshata. He was here, so he's the one who actually drew my attention to it. I stayed for a very short period, but he was here filming the whole thing, and he's not been able to get over it. So I mean, great work. But I see you're wearing batik as well.
Yeah, well, that's the other thing. There is this organization to keep the spouses of the ambassadors involved and having their own network. And I was very fortunate to be gotten into that group. And one of the things that we did was batik sessions together with the New Horizon School. It's a school for
Yes.
let's say
Special
children,
needs.
yeah,
Yeah.
special needs children. And so they offered these workshops, and we got to do our own.
Oh, so
fabrics.
you made this
I
fabric?
made this one, and then gave it to a tailor via our driver. Actually, he knew some tailor, so then he made it. And that's
Your Excellency, you have a textile production house right in your home.
Absolutely, yes. Olivia also did some
Olivia
batik
also did
once.
some
yeah.
materials. Yes.
So, you know, they are the artists. I cannot do anything. I like other people's art. I can't draw, I can't play any instrument, I can't sing. I'm a very boring person, but I have some creativity
your
in my
outfits
house.
are always very beautiful. So clearly you're a fashionista.
Yeah, as long as somebody else is sewing them. Don't ask me to do anything. You know, I think I can stick a button on a shirt and no more than that.
But it's wonderful. And I see you have this very interesting, is it an instrument?
It's a musical instrument. It's called a hang or handpan.
A handpan.
I'm taking off my ring. I only do that to play this instrument to go diving. I'm putting it here safe away because I don't want to damage it.
Okay.
It's an instrument which was originally created in Switzerland.
Okay.
And so it's called a hang because hang is a Swiss word for hand.
For hand. Okay, so
So you
hand.
play it like this. And it's inspired, let's say, from steel drums.
Okay.
And it's been around for like 25 years or something,
Okay.
or longer.
Okay.
And when I saw it 20 years ago in Barcelona, it's like, wow, I would really like to have one of these. And even though I'm not, a percussionist or a real musician,
Yes.
it's just such a beautiful thing that I wanted. And here I found some musicians with whom, again, I could actually hang out a little bit, jam a bit without having to be worried about how good I was playing.
Your Excellency.
So that's one of the things.
So he's a happy
So
man.
that's
huh?
Oh, this is wonderful. Hey!
you can improvise with this thing, and it's
It's wonderful.
once you get the hang of how to tap it, you can get all kinds of sounds out of
It's
it.
wonderful. But so, we're wrapping this conversation up very shortly, but Your Excellency, how do you deal with some of the challenges that come here? Because, we've been here, we spent 2 weeks with you, we've invaded your space. That can't be easy. And then I'm sure there are challenges that come with work as well. How do you maneuver some of these challenges?
This is a difficult question because yes, my job is challenging, my job can be stressful, but I don't think my job is particularly difficult. And I still think that we are very lucky people. We can live for a few years in this beautiful space. We can enjoy the attention of the, journalists like you. When I go back home in Brussels, nobody is going to interview me probably. Maybe yes, to ask me about some details of trade policy and tariffs that I don't even want to mention. So we can do. The beauty of this job is that you can do a lot of things that you like. You can shape it at your will. So I am lucky because I have. I wouldn't say at my disposal because it is everything that we do is agreed with the government and in headquarters. But the European Union gives a lot of development aid to Ghana.
Okay.
Which again, when I arrived, most of it was already committed to our different activities. But there is always the possibility to find funds for something you believe in. And to do nice things, to do valuable things, you don't need to have a lot of money. And also within the policies that I have to implement, I have an enormous space to do what I like and to shape them the way that I want to shape them, to give them my own twist. So for example, when I go somewhere, I always try to meet women.
Okay.
So yesterday I was in Tamale to launch this pre-harvest exhibition. That's very good. But then I wanted to meet the women that were participating in the exhibition because I know that women have peculiar challenges.
Yes.
And I spent a great evening speaking to these ladies that are into farming and helping other women in their work. And at the beginning they were a bit shy, and then, as it always happens with Ghanaian women, they talked a lot.
Yes.
Especially when I asked them about the husbands.
And then
hell broke loose. So and how much the husbands don't cooperate, and how much they have everything on themselves, and how much the husbands actually try to keep them behind.
Yes.
And that was really interesting to have this possibility. So all these environmental activities, they don't cost a lot of money, but it is very important to do them. So there is a lot of space to shape, and that compensates the responsibilities and the stress of the job. So you have to take the good and the bad of it, and I think that when you look back to things, you always remember the good and forget the bad.
Sure.
So I will finally remember all the good things of Ghana, and I will forget when I was terribly stressed because there was an event and things were not ready, and
It's true. Well, I mean, that's wonderful. And Dick, what about you? I mean, again, you've moved a country. First of all, a country you've never ever been to before.
Sure.
I'm sure you never dreamt of coming to
God,
Ghana.
no.
I don't
Before
know.
we actually
Is it your
got
first
to
time
use,
in Africa?
No, I had been to Africa before.
Okay.
I went to Senegal and Gambia.
All right, so it's not new terrain,
No.
but new to Ghana.
New to Ghana.
And definitely, you're coming in. Yes, you've discovered all these things, but there must be challenges as well. The culture is very different. The food. I mean, I'm sure you have a wonderful chef or cook who helps to bring Brussels to Ghana.
Well, no, we taught him, let's say, some of the dishes that we liked, and we had, even our gardener was actually cooking for us from time to time.
Oh.
Doing fufu.
Oh,
They would be
wow.
pounding it
Also, you
behind
like
there.
fufu?
Yeah, we do.
You too, Your Excellency.
I do like fufu
Hey.
eaten at lunchtime, not
Exactly.
before going
And
to
not
bed.
before-
For
no.
sure.
Exactly.
I don't know how people do
And
it.
then
but-
you
So-
have a good lunch, and then you don't eat anything till the
because
end
now
of the
you're
day.
so sleepy.
Yes.
Oh, that's
so,
wonderful.
So that's the challenge is more, let's say, running the household there with the
Yes.
staff. That's a new experience for me. I've always had my computer and my data, and that's fine. I've always tried to get away from management. So here I was,
Definitely.
within that. That was the main challenge, let's say. Other than that, I was already much involved in my daughter's education.
Yeah.
So in Brussels, I would be the one bringing her
Stand-up dad.
Wow,
Absolutely.
Reminds me of my own.
that's good.
Yeah.
No, so that's continued. But again, I've been having very nice experiences here. Also with the less nice aspects, like we've been helping organizations in Jamestown to set up their schools, to help the schools.
Okay.
But you see so much spirit there, and the children, it's so inspiring. We've had an event, actually at my daughter's birthday last year, where we were able to invite some of the children over here. It's such fun. We had a bouncy castle. They went into the pool, which was also a bit of a chaos. But there was one very small kid who was like, I don't know, 5, 6 years old, and so full of energy. I mean, you think our daughter is energetic. You should see this guy bouncing around all the time. And that's really heartwarming that despite difficulties, that a lot of the people here, they just keep going.
Yeah.
You know, and that's very nice to see, and makes us also want to help out. Okay, we have a limited means of our own. Of course, we can also help with some of the funds, but we're not at liberty of just saying,
Of
okay,
course not.
let's donate.
You're
like
not
this.
plucking it from trees.
No, that's not the way it works. We have too many other instances controlling that budget. But let's say it's nice to be able to do something and to get in touch with other people here.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
that's been a very nice experience.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, Your Excellency and Dick, thank you so much for spending time with us. The Kruwer is the gift, but before I present the gift to Your Excellency, which I hope you love, is there anything that you really want to share?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Apiorco, for this question, because I had a very strong experience actually yesterday in Tamale. We have a project together with the IOM, the International Organization for Migration.
Okay.
We fund IOM to help Ghanaians that have got stranded mostly in Libya. They're trying sometimes trying to go to Europe, but sometimes in the past they wanted to go to Libya because they thought that there were jobs there, and then
Exactly.
hell exploded there. So we are funding them, and they actually help these people. I have done already a lot of activities with this project. I had already visited in the past a young man in Kumasi that had set up a business with their help. But what I did yesterday was I went to visit a training center that IOM has in Tamale.
Okay.
They put together a group of about 25 of these young people, and they give them a training. It's people they have rescued in Libya. They take them back, and then they help them reintegrate in their community. Because young people coming from these attempts to migrate, for them it's difficult to come back because they feel that they have failed.
Yeah.
And so they feel that they are no longer accepted by their communities, that they are worthless. So what they do, they give them a training to support their self-esteem, they're taking care of themselves, and then they give them some basic training to help them start a business. So I went there, they were finishing their training day, and I asked a few of them to speak and to tell what had happened to them. And it was one of the most heartbreaking half hours that I've spent in my life. They came and they started telling how they tried to go to Libya, they paid a lot of money for the trip, and then they arrive in Niger, in Agadez, where there is a sort of point where everybody stops, and they ask for more money, so they give more money. They arrive in Libya, and then they are asked for more money if they want to go to Europe, and then they don't have more money, so they are put to work for free and terribly exploited and bad treated. All of them had been arrested at some point, they'd gone to prison. There was a young woman that had given birth in Libya, and just after giving birth she had gone to prison. She had stayed in the prison for 3 months with the baby.
Baby?
Yes, and now she was there with the baby was she must have been 2 more or less. So the baby was there. She goes every day to the training because the nursery school is closed. At the end of this half hour with them, I couldn't talk anymore. I almost cried. So I would like to pay tribute to these people of IOM that are really like the angels, because at some point they find these people, they go there and they take them back, and then they help them build a better life. So I would really like to say to everybody that is watching your program, please do not try do not attempt irregular migration. Don't think that the pastures are greener somewhere else, because they aren't. There isn't a dream out there. It's a dream that will almost certainly end up in tears. If you are able to put together some money, because they need a lot of money to do this trip, use it in Ghana, start a business. There are a lot of opportunities here. Don't squander it to give it to these criminals. I really wanted to say that because I came back from that really shaken. 2 of these guys have started a business. One of them has a tricycle and he transports people, and another one sells shoes and sandals at the market. They were wonderful and very brave young people, and if you can avoid this. A lot of suffering can be avoided if people know what is waiting for them on the other side. So I didn't want to hijack your program to talk about this, but this is something that really has shaken me, and I think it is really a wonderful use of the European Union funds, because it's having a direct impact to help these people. So that was it that I wanted to share.
Yes, please, of course.
You said that you were so in awe of this, the local artisanate that we have in our house. That's what should be made more public. That there are so many.
This was made
like
by one of the artisans
as
well.
This is made by the same person, Nino.
The partition and the coasters.
Okay. We had this top of the table was completely ruined, and we just asked him, okay, can you make us something new? We came, we worked on something together, and here it is. And I'm sure there are so many other things that can be done. Where you don't need to have a high college degree, but lots of people can actually participate. So there's so many opportunities, but people have to be shown that they're there, I think, to get ideas, to be inspired. And that's what you guys can really be also.
Yes, thank you both for sharing that, because from time to time we do get messages from people, believe it or not, who are telling us that they're stranded and they want to come back, and the truth is that the government can't help every one of them. sometimes they don't even know how to go about it. They're stuck in place, and I mean, particularly the lady you spoke about who had the baby in prison, had the baby and then went to prison. I can't imagine what that would be like. And thank you very much for putting this out there. And please, if you have the contacts of IOM and any of the people you spoke to, I can say this on authority that I would be very glad to reach out to some of them so that they can share their stories to inspire, but then also see how we can link them to other people who can help them in business and reintegration into the society. Again, Your Excellency, that's something that I would like to do for you, help in any way I can. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So we're wrapping this up. When we come back, I present our gift to Her Excellency, and then we say goodbye. We'll be right back.
Introducing new Sunlight 2-in-1. It gives you burst after burst after burst of long-lasting freshness. New Sunlight 2-in-1 for burst after burst of long-lasting freshness.
You've come a long way from where you started, and in that time, you've upgraded a lot. But have you upgraded your entertainment? When you upgrade to GoTV Max, everyone gets an upgrade. Football fans can up their game with La Liga and get all new action with the NBA and NFL on a brand new channel, ESPN. The kids will go crazy for the most popular kids shows, and family night is sorted with blockbuster movies on TNT. Plus, our local celebrities will keep you connected to your continent, while our general entertainment channels will take you international. There's a whole lot for the whole family when you upgrade to GoTV Max. So make the move today and give your family an upgrade they'll love. GoTV. Live it, love it.
Oh, hi, welcome back. You're still watching Diplomatic License on Citi TV. And just for a few minutes more, I'm still speaking to Her Excellency Dinah Concha, who is, of course, the ambassador of the European Union to Ghana. And we were just talking about the birds. You know, earlier we spoke about bird watching, and she was pointing out that a hornbill is sitting on one of the branches.
And it's gone.
Oh, it's gone. And then we've got the kites. Oh, look at that. Lots of birds. But Your Excellency, once again, thank you so much for having me. There's a little game that I like to play with my guests. So I'm just going to mention 10 words and then just mention the first thing that comes to mind when I mention each word. It's a very simple game.
Okay.
Okay. So, number 1. Food.
Fufu.
Oh, I like that. I love it. Okay. Fashion.
Design.
Design. Interesting. Okay. Art.
Paintings.
Paintings. Okay, so I think paintings are your favorite kind of art, as we've seen.
They are, yes.
Okay. Color.
Red.
Red. You like red?
Yeah.
So do I. One of my favorites. Okay. Home.
Family.
Family. Wonderful. Okay. Book.
Novel.
Novel. All right. You're good at this game. Weather.
Sun.
Sun. Okay. But not when it's too hot, though.
No, I was going to say rain, but that's, you know, that's going to be back in Belgium. For now it's sun.
So now it's sun. Okay. Ghana.
Women.
Women. See, the Ghanaian women have made a great impression
Yes,
on you.
they have.
Okay. Travel.
South Africa. I hope it will be my next trip.
You really love South Africa. Yeah. Okay. And then the very, very last one. Love.
family again.
Family again.
I'm a family person.
You are, yes.
Yeah,
It's very Italian.
Yeah, and after a certain age, I think love is your family and your loved ones.
Yes, beautiful. Your Excellency, thank you so much for spending time with us for 2 weeks. I have a gift for you.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to let you open it.
Yes, please. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Moved. Actually, it's been really a pleasure for me.
Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed yourself.
Share.
Okay, so we know how much you love the beach.
Oh,
this
yes.
is a picture that was taken of around the Sakumono beach, right? Yes, and our director, who also happens to be one of Ghana's best photographers, took it, and we just thought, you know what, we need to frame it for you. So after the beach cleanup, we realized that this was a perfect gift. So
thank you very much.
It's something you can take home with you.
This is beautiful. I like the sea, and actually I like sunsets.
Oh,
I
got it right.
like taking pictures of sunsets myself.
You got it right.
Ghana has some beautiful sunsets.
Yes.
Unfortunately, from this house I cannot see the sunset, but there are beautiful ones, so I will take this with me, and it will be a very nice souvenir of the time that we spent together.
You're very welcome. Thank you so much, Your Excellency.
Thanks to you. It's been a pleasure.
I look forward to working with you on some of your projects, whatever they may be. The next beach cleanup, maybe traveling with you to meet some more Ghanaian women. And of course, the launch of your art exhibition in collaboration with the Kunyihia Trust in February. Yes. So ladies and gentlemen, once again, this has been Diplomatic License on Citi TV. I've spent 2 wonderful, beautiful, exciting weeks with Her Excellency Dinah Concha, the Ambassador of the European Union, the EU, to Ghana. And she is a wonderful personality, a strong woman, somebody who I think everybody, if they have the chance, needs to know. You should follow her work. She's doing so many great things in Ghana, also with her establishment, the European Union here in Ghana. And I'm very blessed to have spent time with her and to know her. So we've been live on DSTV channel 363, don't forget, also on GoTV channel 182, and stay tuned. Next week there's so much more to come, but between then and now, do follow us with the hashtag Diplomatic License. Interact with us, see what's going on, and really just stay tuned. My name is Apioko. See you next time.
Telling Ghana's business stories. Citi TV brings you a dedicated business news bulletin that showcases the business temperature of the country in one go. The business dashboard, the markets, industry, and policies that affect the way we do business. All covered in one bulletin. The business dashboard, 7 p.m. every weeknight on Citi TV.
That's kind of cynical. I mean, because I'm not sure that all that we have done have necessarily been to the benefit of middle class or wealthy people. So we will get to that.
Tune in to The Point of View this and every Monday and Wednesday at 9 p.m. as I, Bernard Avile, get the right guests, ask them relevant questions on issues that matter to you.
When MBB came, because they were not putting money in the sinking fund.
They were not putting money in the sinking fund.
Yes.
That's why this curve is going up.
The money was going to the sinking fund, but it was not being applied to debt.
I think that there's a lot of apocryphal conspiracy theories around. And it's not different from 5G causes coronavirus, COVID-19 and things like that. So there's been this long-term held belief that somehow there are some people that have planned that they will bus hundreds of thousands of people to come and change Ghanaian electoral outcome. There is no evidence for it. There is absolutely no evidence for it.
I am saying that we have very professional herbalists in this country whose capacity I know because I've tried it. But also there are quack ones within them. And the earlier we weed them out, the better for us.
Remember, The Point of View is live every Monday and Wednesday at 9 p.m. only on Citi TV.
The Point of View is powered by Airtel Tigo. Have you heard? That's Airtel Tigo calls from 5 a.m. to 10 a.m. And Airtel Tigo money transfers are now free on new SIMs. Now you know. Airtel Tigo. Life is simple.
And it's a what is that?
What going? What's up, people? What's up, people? Charlie, today you're not going to waste too much time because I'm sure most of you are here to hear the man himself. So we'll go straight.
Did you say the man himself?
The man
the man himself.
The man himself.
Like okay.
Charlie, welcome to 30 Minutes. It's your number one social media. If you're watching us for the first time, this is your number one social media show in the country. In fact, in Africa, you don't get it anywhere. Whatever is trending in the world, this is where
here.
we talk about
We're the juicers.
Yeah, man, we are the juicers.
Yeah,
the juicers. All right, and our names are Emmanuel Sapon, and I do this with the beautiful
Adele Moffat. And of course, you can find us on our social media pages on Twitter, _Moffat.
That's right.
Instagram _Adele Moffat. And I really don't care what Lily had to say about this. And of course, he is Olele Salvador everywhere.
Anyway, man, I should know. So, Charlie, we are talking about the man who woke up one day and his YouTube account that had over 140,000 subscribers got terminated. Just like that, all right? And then also, Kanye West.
Is this still in the race though?
Kanye West, £100.
No, but come to think of how many people are running? I hear like 12.
They are chow.
But
I don't know why Kanye West decided to put himself in the mix.
But it's chill.
Carrying 60,000 votes.
It's chill. At least we have a Kiadonko in the Ghanaian election.
Are you trying to compare my Kiadonko to Kanye West?
Yes. No. I can never do that. Kanye West.
That's not so much. Thank you. Yeah, Charlie. So, guys, don't forget the hashtag is 30 minutes. The WhatsApp line is
0550585832.
All right, it's time for us to take a quick break. When we come back, we talk to Coach Sheldon and find out how he lost his account.
Constant yawning, heavy eyelids, blurred vision, and veering off the road are some of the signs that you are falling asleep while driving. This is driver fatigue. Always stop when tired. In Ghana, by law, after 4 hours of continuous driving, drivers should take a mandatory 30 minutes rest. Whilst resting, avoid heavy food, alcohol, and drugs. Even some medication can impair your driving. A driver can then drive for another 4 hours in that day. For long distances, share the drive. Avoid driver fatigue by getting a good sleep before trips. Don't drive tired. Stop road crashes now. Stay alive.
This road safety education is brought to you by the National Road Safety Authority.
Looking for something new this November? Looking for star-studded suspense?
It's what rich, entitled people do when threatened. They conceal the ugly truths to protect themselves.
Maybe you're in search of true love.
Roses are red, violets are blue. I got a crush on you, baby, would you be my boo?
What about a bit of family drama? Need something to keep the kids entertained?
We're ready to help with the case, Mira. We'll look for a clue.
Perhaps criminally good comedy is your thing. Whatever you're in the mood for, look no further than DSTV.
And welcome back. If you just tuned in and if you're a first timer, you're right. This is 30 minutes right here on CCTV, and our names are it's down there, right? But my name is not. And So
no time to waste. No time to waste. So like we said earlier, we are going to be speaking to Kojo Sheldon,
then content
but I think he's still a content
yeah, but now his new account isn't content
I'm sure he will graduate very soon.
Fingers crossed.
So as you can see on the screen, a very popular face, on our social media outlets, even on your phones and so on and so forth. For those of you who don't know who this guy is and why he's much of a big deal to be talked about right here on the show, we're going to share a couple of his videos just so that you get abreast what's going on. When we come back after these videos, we speak to him via Zoom.
And I believe in all billion customers are unemployed. Now, also, oh, hey, the guy crying a river or bleeding also. Oh, they watch this video. I'm unemployed. I'm going to a club, I'm ready. I'm going to a club. Me believe you. I can't do go.
Body, why do you make it to a sequence?
So I'm sure most of you are wondering, who is this guy? Simple. He is Kojo Sheldon. Most of him know him as the guy who talks a lot on Twitter. Yes, we know. Well, unfortunately, his YouTube account was terminated yesterday with over
140,000 plus subscribers.
Oh my God! That's like, with all the content, Charlie. My.
So we're going to start off with a tweet that he sent to the YouTube team, and he says, "My account Kojo Sheldon has been hacked, and as a result of the suspicious activities on the channel, YouTube has terminated the channel. I have no issues with copyright or strikes. Account is verified with 144,000 subscribers. Kindly look into it." And YouTube says, "Really sorry to hear about this. We will be sending a DM with the next steps to help you recover your account. Look out for our message." So we have Kojo Sheldon on the line, and we want to find out right away that has YouTube gotten back to you after they responded with that message?
Yeah, so they DM'd me with some link that I should fill a form and yes, follow the procedure and make sure I submit the necessary documents that is available so that they will go through it. So I followed the procedure and I sent it. So I'm waiting for a reply. They said they are going to look to it. I should wait for a week. If my claim is legit, they are going to restore the account. So yeah, that's what has happened.
Okay, so do you mind telling us? I know you've spoken to Ghana Weekend already, and we have an idea of what's going on. But for those who are tuning in for the first time and hearing you speak on the matter, do you mind telling us what exactly happened and how your account got terminated?
Okay, so I have a YouTube account, over 144,000 subscribers. I host the Hour of the Day over there, and it's one of the most watched content on Ghana YouTube. So I was just in my room and I received a message from Google that someone has logged into my account. You know, Google will send you that kind of notification that your account is being compromised and blah blah blah. So they sent me that message. The person had logged me out.
Wow.
So I logged in again, and the person logged me out again and changed the password. So when he did that, he premiered a video, like he premiered some Japanese or Chinese video, a tutorial video on my channel, and within 5 minutes or something, on the videos, my original videos on the channel started like deleting.
Wow.
So the thumbnails, they were removing it and all those things. So I think YouTube suspected, so like that wasn't something that the account has been doing. So they terminated it. So when people click on a video, because I share links on my social, so when people click on it, they will tell them the content associated with this account has been terminated, blah blah blah. So that's what happened. I mean, apparently people were speculating that Sarkodie reported me.
Yeah. We were going to ask you that.
Probably, could it be because there are rumors that you have issue with Sarkodie? So obviously, because you, as you do,
people say it's a manifest stand.
So maybe you have to clear the air that is not the fact that you have an issue with Sarkodie and Sarkodie's management did not, report you, something like. Bruh.
Nah, he didn't report me.
Okay.
That's not actually the first time I've done a video about Sarkodie.
That's right.
I've done a lot of videos about Sarkodie, and I don't think this is an issue that is it's actually someone actually hacked the account and decided to do something with it, and they suspected that thing that wasn't peculiar to my account or something of that sort, and they just decided to deactivate it. That was it. Sarkodie doesn't have time for me like that.
So now that Content Nyame is not, on YouTube anymore, what's up? Because of course, most of us want to be seeing more of you.
Oh, okay. So I am back on YouTube with almost 10,000 subscribers.
Wow.
Yeah. So
impressive.
I don't give up that quick. So when I saw that I wasn't going to get the account back real quick, I decided to set up a new account. And once the content is there, you have people to come and subscribe. So it's been for about 5 hours I've been getting subscribers and views and all those things. And the fact that bloggers picked up the story and blasted it So
as you said, you're an asset. You're an asset for this country.
It's the same account with you Sheldon. I've seen people have created similar accounts with the same name. Could you Sheldon and all those things? Those are frauds.
Okay.
Could you Sheldon?
Kojo, let me ask you quickly now. Upon receiving the news of your account getting terminated and the thought process of having to create a new one, talk me through that time, of your life. What was it like? Were you going through, some serious mental bombardment? Should I create a new one? Should I wait and hear from YouTube? Just help us with how your mood was like during that period.
Really, the Kojo Sheldon we know mental what?
I'm sure the viewers want to know.
No. When it happened, bleeding. If the account was like maybe 50,000 subscribers, I wouldn't mind because I can get it back within a month or something.
Oh,
this is like 144,000 subscribers and a verified account, and the fact that I'm uploaded about 500 videos from all the varieties of content I put out there. So I didn't want to do it, but then I have people that I work with, and see, this is what we do. This is basically what we do for a living. And looking at the fact that these guys are going home, they are going to do this so I just told my guys that, listen, we are not going to give up. We are just going to start again. So fix the camera. We are going to shoot them. We are going to make we are going to create humor out of the pain. So we shot that sketch and posted it, and it was all over the place. People started subscribing. So yeah, actually I've gotten my watch hours and monetization thing. So within this week I can monetize it and get back to doing what I do. But then yeah. But I can never bleed. I was bleeding.
Okay. Now I also want to find out from you, and for viewers who, those of you who are watching us right now, because your show is going to be with us to at least
to the end of the show.
The show. I mean,
yeah, of course.
So if you have any questions you want to ask him, you can send it to the hashtag 30 minutes, and the WhatsApp line is
0550585832, and we of course answer your question.
I'm sure it's going to answer your question. Kojo, before we move on, I just want to find out from you now, this thing that you've done for God knows how many years, all right, and in the blink of an eye, it was gone. Okay, what are some of the lessons you've learned from this whole, event?
Okay, so I used to do more of skits on socials, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, but and I was more into influencer marketing for brands. But you see, some of the brands, or most of the brands, they weren't paying. That is why I switched to YouTube. Yeah, they weren't paying. You do skits for them, and they want to pay you in relationships and so on. So yeah, I switched to YouTube because of the monetization thing they have, and the fact that they actually pay if your content is fire. At the end of the month, you are going to cash out and all those things. But at the end of the day, right now, what I've learned is you don't really have to put or you don't have to put your eye in one hole or whatever those people call it. Or
basket. You don't put all your eggs in one basket.
Because if you depend on these platforms alone for your source of income, like what has happened to me, if I didn't have the name, probably that would be the end of me. You understand? So it's very difficult. I mean, building a brand on socials, it is very, very difficult because it's not sustainable.
That's right.
It is never sustainable. You would build to a certain level, and within a day, someone will just drag it down, and it will be gone forever. So right now, I will just try to
spread your content.
I mean, try to maybe I should go and pick my certificate and go back to doing white collar job or something. Yeah, because right now
but you think I know the work you do and the content you create has kind of like created some enemies around you. Do you think that there are some group of persons or individuals who have targeted you and decided to carry out this attack?
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm not ruling that out because with what I do, it comes with a lot of hatred because I'm that guy who is going to stand in front of the camera and say whatever I want to say. You can't do anything about it. So in my line of work, I've offended people, and yes, I have a lot. I mean, yesterday it was like a national jubilation of
jubilation.
Sheldon is down. Sheldon is down. Everyone was happy because that guy who is
not everyone. Relax, not everyone.
I've been trending since last night, but they won't let the name rest. I'm so tired. But you see, it's part of the job. What I do, I can't come and stand in front of the camera and sugarcoat or embellish what I'm about to say. No. If I don't do it that way, there's a reason why people watch my content because of the fact that Sheldon is going to say it this way.
Yeah, he's
so
real.
if I don't do it that way, it's just going to be like the normal. There are a lot of people doing what I do on YouTube. Why do you think people will come and watch mine? Because it is because Sheldon saying it. So it's part of the job. I mean, the threat that they keep coming. People threaten you like physical threat and all those things. But
at least you are well.
Going to stop me.
And you still have your head on, so.
You understand? You try me, I'll just head you.
All right, guys.
At the end of the day, I just have to do what I have to do.
All.
Well, talking
about
YouTube.
At the end of the day, we'll be asking you how much you were earning and how much you are expecting to earn with this new account.
That's right.
But with that, you know, our viewers, he's still going to be with us. But before that, don't forget, same YouTube, we have Citi TV there. All we need you to do is to subscribe, click on the notification bell, like, share, comment if you think you need to, and then let's go for a quick commercial break. We'll be right back.
That's right.
If you win, no one win like that's planet. My baby, hold you low.
Sunana Abdulrazak. Last week, I received a message from Bet Planet. Come on, now win golden ticket. Nadan je saya ma Mercedes Benz na. Don ba ku yadda kuma gashi nan ga sunana kai. Mun ga na gora kaman gaskiya ne. Mun na so ce na gode Bet Planet. Na gode mu kowa.
If you win, no one win like Bet Planet. My baby, hold you low. If you win, no one win like Bet Planet.
You've come a long way from where you started, and in that time, you've upgraded a lot. But have you upgraded your entertainment? When you upgrade to Go TV Max, everyone gets an upgrade. Football fans can up their game with La Liga and get all new action with the NBA and NFL on a brand new channel, ESPN. The kids will go crazy for the most popular kids shows, and family night is sorted with blockbuster movies on TNT. Plus, our local celebrities will keep you connected to your continent, while our general entertainment channels will take you international. There's a whole lot for the whole family when you upgrade to Go TV Max. So make the move today and give your family an upgrade they'll love. Go TV. Live it, love it.
Yep, welcome back to 30 Minutes, your number one favorite TV show and most interactive show to get your TV screens. And if you like anything social media, this is where you need to be right here on Citi TV. My name once again is Emmanuel Sapon, and you can see this beautiful lady right next to me. Her name is
Nadole Morfat. And of course, you know, as usual, we collate everything social media.
Yeah, anything, guys, all the nonsense.
So, as Sheldon said earlier, people were trolling him. They were like, oh, finally! Okay, now let's see if really they were.
Stalin says, I did see plenty Kojo Sheldon cheese on the TL. Why? He finally had his head surgery. Sergio says, Kojo Sheldon should get himself an umbrella from the NDC party and start doing space. Wow. Space to space, because the YouTube channel there, he make beans.
Well, I saw him weeding someone's house.
All right, moving on to some. Achipalago God says, swine.
Oh, wow.
That's what you get when you try to get money by disrespecting hard-working artists and prominent people.
Well, he says it as it is.
It comes with a job. It comes with a job. It comes with a job.
And then Kojo Bank says, Kojo Sheldon, they clock 200k subscribers where this year happened to him. Chale, it be sad or it be sad wa. I pray he gets it back soon.
Whoop Genie says Kojo Sheldon is now coming to start quotes, kindly subscribe to my YouTube channel for me. This life ain't nothing be permanent too.
Well, I don't think he did that.
No,
but he's hitting almost
fall.
10k, guys.
Malik Ofori says, so some people really hated Kojo Sheldon like that. How can you be happy his account has been terminated? Where did the love go? Now, Kojo, if you're still here with us, let me just quickly ask you this thing about trolling and cyberbullying in the modern day social media. You have experienced it firsthand. For Adole and I, maybe we might not have experienced it.
No, you mean myself. I mean, just me. You and I know that you've had your share.
No, calm down.
Okay.
But just talk to me about trolling and cyberbullying, in a place where, you're supposed to just like be yourself.
And say what you have to say.
And say what you have to say.
Okay, so myself, I'm a troll. You know, we have repackaged the trolling thing to right now. We say we are setting agenda and all those things. And so that is what we do on social media right now. But then my take on cyberbullying, I have seen people done bad things to themselves because people troll them on various social platforms like YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook. Sometimes you ask people to set up YouTube account and they go like, me, I can't take what people have been saying about people when they do videos and all those things. Like they can't take it. Mentally, some people are not built for that. So, yeah, if you come on social media and subject someone, I mean, I used to do it a lot. I used to hide behind
Pretty Ella.
I used to operate Pretty Ella. Yes, that was in 2014. Yeah, it was mad. But then right now, I try to. I mean, I am on learning something because I mean, people are going through it, and you don't know what people are going through. You go and say something to someone. So no, but right now, the people that attack be the celebrities. Some mentally sane.
Anyway, Kojo, so
I'm just joking.
I have a message here for you, or should I say a question for you? Are you married?
Yeah. Oh no, I'm not.
Huh?
I'm not married.
So what was that about? The one we saw, what was that about?
Oh, that one I went to, donate myself to someone's wedding.
Oh my God. Anyway, next question. Yourself and Kali J, what one?
I don't know how they keep putting me and that guy in the same sentence.
Hey.
Wow.
I don't get it, like.
do you want to touch? Do you want to chat a little? Just want to.
I don't get it. Like, yo, they are trying so hard to, like, yo, bro. It's okay.
But are you guys cool? Are you guys cool, or you guys are loggerheads to each other?
I don't even know him. I don't know why
wow.
Right.
Okay. Now tell us about the money you earned from YouTube before your account was terminated.
Okay, so I started my YouTube during the COVID thing. So when the COVID started, I started making videos. From now till yesterday, when the account was terminated, I'd made I did $21,000 from YouTube. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. And so now that you started a new channel, and the money,
I said, from the beginning.
Yeah, I mean, you will go back to. I mean, you have to start from the scratch, but then you get there. At the end of the day, once people are, it's basically the more people watch the video, the more you get revenue from the ad placement. So at the end of the day, you just have to. You might have a smaller number of subscribers, but if people are watching the videos, you are going to get money at the end of the month. So it is not going to be huge as compared to what I was doing when I had the 100,000 plus.
Wow.
But we moved.
Okay. Someone wants to find out on Facebook, Citi TV, Facebook says, please ask him what are the measures he would advise one to take to curb hacking on YouTube. I know you might not be
in that position to tell us yet.
Cyber security expert, but now that you've experienced it, what I think you've answered it already, right? But you just for the layman, what are some of the things you do to curb hacking on YouTube?
So the basic one is the two-factor authentication that you are supposed to activate with your account. So the YouTube, they have various security this thing that you can do. The two-factor authentication is like the hard one. So you just have to activate your account with that, so that when anyone is trying to log in with your account, like the basic phishing and hacking, they will send you a message, say, oh, this is what is happening, then you terminate it. Because this has happened to me before. I think last year around the same time, my account was hacked, 11K account, so I had to start again. This one too. So I had the two-factor and everything in place, but I think the person was actually
time watching.
It was some wild job the guy did. So
all right. Well, unfortunately, time is up. We got to get out of here. But Kojo, you're going to do a short skit to end the show for us. Normally, when we end the show, with a funny video. So we're going to give the last 30 seconds to do your thing, and then we check out of here. So let me just say, I'm just going to read one. Shout out to all of you who sent your messages. But someone says, Kojo, share this account will be restored in a moment. Please tell him to remove his source cap. I want to see his original hair.
Wow. And I also have the head is big for So from Asari from Kwabenya, he said the head is big for a reason.
Well,
we move.
we move, and we are out of here. Thank you so much for being a part of the show. We'll come your way same time tomorrow. Right here on Citi TV. We leave you in the big head of Kojo Sheldon.
Alright. Hey guys, go ahead, please go and subscribe to my YouTube channel. Okay, I beg you people. Yes, I mean, Mr. Man, today. Welcome to today's episode of Y'all of the Day. My name is Kojo Sheldon, aka Luke Duku, aka Luke Durag, aka Quick Tripping, aka Out Tripping, my Boston Analytics, aka Boss, my name is Boss. Now, I say me to and say my account has been hacked. If you people don't go and subscribe, you will see me on the street with cutlass, weeding people's compound. That is where it will get to. So please.
You must have three things to have your business succeed. The heart, to keep you moving.
We do not allow high school kids to use smart devices. I don't get it.
The brain will make you see what others are not seeing.
We teach people how to use their mobile phones to code.
And you must have the hands.
Whatever we do has an impact on everyone else.
Without fear, people become more productive. They become daring. They become creative. And they become innovative.
But in Africa, we actually have needs that if you solve them, you're able to impact the people within the continent. So that is the actual reason why I ventured into entrepreneurship.
More people need to understand that whatever we do has an impact on everyone else. And we all make up the environment. It's not just plants or animals. We are all part of the ecosystems.
Once there is no fear, they will naturally, organically evolve a solution that actually works, not quick fixes. Because education is bigger than what we think it is. It starts from home. It starts with your environment.
So when we're talking of environmentally friendly, you are part of the environment. So we need to start looking at all our actions or inactions, how it affects ourselves, our families, and the communities.
You can relax. It's just us.
My name is Samuel Anyaele. This is the Mobile Prof. So the Mobile Prof, we teach people how to use their mobile phones to code with languages such as Python, JavaScript, and PHP.
I think we are Fortune 100 company, aren't we? We're going to make trillions of dollars. So my name is Cecil Sena Nutako. For eCampus, our vision is to make learning adaptive, personalized, and informally accessible to 1 billion learners.
Wow, that's a good start. Name is Sifai and Ochonogo. eTerra Technologies. We perform in strictly electronic waste recycling and data destruction as well.
It comes from my soul. Redund Directory is an application that is available on Android and enables informal sector to be seen on the internet space. It's
It's an application that delivers all skilled workers, both in formal and formal sector, onto the internet space. So they're able to be seen on the internet. Data is bigger than oil. It's what will enable us now build an informal sector bank that enables us alleviate the problem of the betting and the loans and all that. And when we are looking at employment, we'll be able to source and enable counties to solve the problem of unemployment, because we have a business model that targets both employing the informal sector and also building the jobs as we speak. So right now we don't know how many nurses in our county in Nairobi. We don't know how many electricians are in Westlands Market, in Kamukunji. We don't know how many people are panel beating the pans. We don't know, but this platform will be able to give us that information and that data to help them better, give them loans, and data is everything right now for the government.
I've been Radiant Directory from around 2015. I choose to go to ladders, just open the phone, open the app, then Google reward and get the assistance.
So working in Nigeria, I met several other people. There was Dangote, there was Dr. Mike Adenuga, I've worked with Dr. Chris Kirubi. I could see them coming from humble backgrounds and making it big and impacting the society in a very, very big way. I'm trying to use technology, and I'm not telling them to self-register or download an app. They have no time, they don't have the kind of phone, and they don't have the money for data. So I'm going to them. I've devised a way from what I learned from my time in Safaricom and M-Pesa to be able to use that know-how to go out to the villages and form a network of agents that bring the informal sector to the internet space. So for you to become an agent, you have to have the passion to go out there and have the passion for the informal sector. So our agents are created on the back end of our system. So there's a business model. We are able to structure the fees. So we started with $2 to 200 shillings, so that is shared within the agency structure. So we recruit you, for example, and you become an agent. So you are an agency, and you're able to add 50 school Form 4 leavers under you, up to 100 if you like. So that creates instant employment, and it's Africans to change Africa. It's us Kenyans to do something. So I'm just doing something.
I work for Redant as an agent. My work basically involves going to the street, looking for new service providers. We register them so that they can acquire more customers through our online platform, that is Redant Directory. So far I've been able to register 7 people. If I'm registering a customer, that is a service provider, you just pay 200 bob, which goes to the company through the pay bill, and that's all. You'll never pay anything else.
I want to join Redant Directory now so that I can spread the tattoo art. I choose Redant Directory just to spread, to get more market. I've interacted with some of the people on the directory of Redant, and the feedback was good. I hope to get good results and feedback from Redant because I know it's a good platform.
Finding funding is not, it doesn't come easy. So I've funded using my other consulting services. So once I get some money, then it goes into funding the building of the code. Redant Directory is not yet profitable, so hopefully we will be a big brand. But everyone is trying to get into the informal space right now. We have a saying at Redant Directory: the fact that Ronaldo is a very good football player does not stop Messi from playing.
Today, the challenge I'll say we have are around regulations. Archaic regulations that need reform, because I still don't understand why, as a people, as a country, and even as a continent to a certain degree, we do not allow high school kids to use smart devices in school. I don't get it. It's 2020, and there is a ban on using smart devices in high schools. If you really want engineers, you equip your classrooms with what engineers need to use as tools to become engineers.
The schools that we worked with realized that 90% of the students do not have PCs. Now we're encouraging them to be part of a tech system, part of an ecosystem that requires that they learn technology, but they literally do not have the current tools that the world expects them to have to be able to be part of that story.
A whole generation has been ripped off an opportunity to become the best data scientists, to compete with students from Singapore for the same jobs at NASA.
A lot of technology schools turned people back when they did not have a PC. And so that's why we started the Mobile Prof. There are real problems in Africa. There are also real opportunities in Africa. Hello everyone. So we are ready for today. We teach people how to use their mobile phones to code with languages such as Python, JavaScript, and PHP. So the idea is we teach, we raise back-end developers that are not only able to build applications by themselves, but they are also able to work within teams of other developers to produce applications. Create a variable. We explain concepts on the board. Then for practicals, I project my phone to the screen, and as I am coding on my phone, the students are following me. Remember that array starts with 0. So we started with doing EdTech. Now, we started building hardware servers that were using to distribute content without internet connection. That was our last startup. Because it's not something that is existing in the market, there was still a lot of uncertainty about the purchase, and there was not a lot of marketing around it. So eventually we had to shut down that startup last year after 4 years of trying to make it work.
A number of times when you fail, it gives you an experience to learn and reflect and be able to see, okay, what did I do wrong? What can I do differently? What do I need to be on board in order to succeed? Failure is actually a critical recipe in success. The only difference is that successful people fail, learn, reflect, change the way they do things, and rise up. People who are not successful, once they fail, they disappear, and they can end up not coming back.
That gave birth to this new startup, because the students that we're dealing with, most of them didn't have laptops. Over 90% didn't have laptops. But they had mobile devices and they were excited about technology.
I never thought coding would be that easy, on the mobile phone compared to the system. So I must say it's very nice.
Investors, especially local investors who know the terrain, should be more realistic in their expectations from startups. Most people who are doing investing in Nigeria, who are local investors, they are very risk averse. So they give you money, and usually the terms that come with the money is such that most likely the money is a loan that you need to pay back in like 2 years' time. So you are running against time. Immediately the money lands into your account, trying to see if you can generate enough revenue for the guy when he asks back in about 2 years' time or so. So these people who are actually putting money, who we need their support in the system, who know what is going on here, they should be more patient with the money that they are giving the startups. So the idea now is that it's easy to tell investors to bring in money because they can get back their money quicker. we have more impact because we are not building and deploying servers in one location at a time. It's also easy to generate revenue from electronic content than actual hardware deployment. Success will be like having our content in all the universities in Nigeria, for example, for the students to be using our content. So what we are doing now is enabling the people who are actually studying in schools to come out of schools better because they have a tool that they can practice with.
Hello, welcome to Straight Talk Africa, live from the Voice of America headquarters here in Washington. I am Shaka Sali. Straight Talk Africa, we call it like it is. We discuss issues that reflect the interests of our audience without fear or favor. We are guided by facts, and I look at myself as a servant of nothing but the truth.
From around the world, let's go.
Before, they used to talk about homeschooling. And people never used to understand homeschooling. They say, what is homeschooling? Does it work? We used to talk about virtual classes, and people used to say, what are virtual classes? I think more than ever, people have started to appreciate that even when you don't meet physical, and you see each other or get information virtually, you don't miss anything. And for me, it creates an opportunity. This is an opportunity for now young people to get accreditation with international training institutions and be able to say, I can offer you virtual classes here. And for me, that is an opportunity.
Majority of students are afraid they'll fail exams. And that's because they are not ready, or that's because there's no way to measure their readiness. Teachers are also under a lot of pressure. But they don't even know how weak or strong each student is and at what topic or which subject. So how are they going to help the child pass? Then parents are also worried that their kids are going to drop out of school. Employers are disturbed because they feel academia is not training the right kind of skills they need for the jobs they have. And then there is government who has a problem of unemployment, higher demand for education, but low infrastructure and quality. So these are problems that makes fear becomes a norm around education. In Ghana, you have about 3 options, whether you do the British system, or you choose the American system, or you choose the Ghana Education Service system. Mostly, if you have the money, you quickly choose the British or the American system because you trust that system. But your own Ghanaian system is not trusted. There's so much fear there. There's uncertainty. So the problem we're solving is to take away that uncertainty from the educational system in this country and across West Africa. I didn't know we were going to create something this awesome when I started, after I had given up on the exams or even going to the university. I never saw myself as dumb. I always believed I was smart enough to pass those exams. But maybe something is just not right about the entire system. Maybe it wasn't designed for people like me. But how do I prove that? So I said, okay, if I could take the past questions, right, that we all normally use to prepare for these exams, and I automate the process using Microsoft Access, where I can see the questions, answer immediately, and then submit and see where I got it wrong, where I got it right, which topics I'm struggling in. Maybe that could help me better compared to using the books and then those days the former cupboard to prepare. My mom wanted me to be a doctor. I think my dad was more concerned about me doing business in school and all of that. But personally, I didn't even know what I wanted to do. I was just interested in building things. You know what I mean? I get fascinated when I see family names on vehicles and I see family names on petrol filling stations. I used to ask myself, why is Nutako not on anything, you know? So that desire to do something that will carry my name was in there, but I didn't know where to start from. By the time I was done with high school to enter university, I kept failing that exam. I think I failed 3 times and couldn't make it to the universities. But that time I felt maybe the system wasn't designed for me, you know. So I said, let me try something else. And I shifted to computers. And I kind of had fun playing around computers, learning how to program, how to network, how to do designs, how to use spreadsheets and all of that. And that really gave me purpose. And today that has become the background of most of the things I do.
So on eCampus, we prioritize our search. So you can come to eCampus and then search for any topic you want to learn from. And then you can follow through and then watch videos if you want. You could practice. Meanwhile, we have our test part where you could take your test doing because it's actually time and it tells you different topics on how you're actually doing.
The technology we have requires that you use smart devices. For the broader picture, because much of Ghana has internet challenges and all that, for the broader picture, what we're doing is to work with the computer labs in these various schools. So they have these computer labs that maybe at every point in time, a class can have a session there. So for that period, maybe an hour or 2 hours, they can use those computers. So we're trying to see how we can get eCampus onto those computers, and at least whilst the smart devices are banned, when they get chance to go to the computer lab, at least if it's just 30 minutes or 20 minutes interacting with our technology, we can still get the data to tell where they are weak or where they are strong. Then the next step would be to work with the hardware manufacturers to see how we can recycle smartphones, laptops, and refurbish them, because these kids don't need any sophisticated, they don't need these cameras, they don't need any super functioning thing. So we can work with all this e-waste agenda or e-waste policies and kind of refurbish used and old devices into usable tablets for kids.
In short, what we perform is strictly electronic waste recycling and data destruction as well. Very passionate about the health of Nigerians, the health of West Africans, the health of Central, South Africans. So the electronic waste recycling industry is an industry whereas every dead or dying refurbishable or dead electronics is kept away from the landfill and out of the hands of improper or informal handlers of electronic waste.
They don't really know the impacts, of irresponsible disposal of this electronic. So ITERA have gone that far to great awareness. We have a foundation under ITERA, what we call it ITERA Release Foundation. What they do is to create awareness to the public, to let them know the impacts this electronic waste can pose to their life, because initially we don't even know, we give it out, we don't know what they do with it. That is very important. Nobody cares to know what we do with it. But what we do now, and governments are waking up to their responsibility to to also create awareness to let the people know on the proper way to dispose electronic waste.
The data destruction segment, which is another industry which we have started for Nigeria. This is for data protection. I mean, data protection in the sense of cyber security is one thing, and it's not everything at all. So the actual hardware destruction is what they mean by data destruction, and that's what we have brought into the country, and we have been performing that business as hard as it has been since 2014. The first machine that we acquired was off-site data destruction machine. That was a 10 millimeter shredder. You see, the fragments that you shred the hard drive to determines the difficulty with which a hacker or a thief can actually acquire your information. So it's the cathode ray tube treatment machine that we acquired. I had to lobby for a long time to acquire this because it actually does not generate too much revenue. Problems was funding, was getting people to believe in what I'm saying, but I was so grateful at the beginning that at least we had permits, because not all African countries even have gone as far as Nigerians government, state and federal government have gone. So they at least had what we needed to start.
As an agency of the Federal Ministry of Environment, saddled with the responsibility of enforcing environmental standard policies and regulations. So we are very happy with what we saw in 8 facilities, and we are ready to partner with them in order to solve the menace of e-waste problem in Nigeria.
Last year we were 30. Well, this year we have had to transform the company a little bit. We still, like I say, we still have 30 staff, but 20 are permanent staff, and 10 to 20 more are actually contract staff. I mean, 3 years on the level that we are now, or 2 years on the level that we are now. But the road to that level was very, very, very tough. I was enlightened to the fact that there are so many opportunities, human resources as well as resources within this country. And I visited Computer Village and I saw some things that I've never seen before. So many technocrats. I was also getting more information about all of the industries that are dormant in the country. All of the things that the country, our people, we always cry about. We go abroad, we say, oh, we don't have this, that, and the other, but we've got to do something. If we don't have it, we've got to do something. You know, that's why I believe I came back to the continent. Otherwise, I would have stayed in England.
I don't see how eCampus has changed much of who I am. I think it's actually brought out who I really am. Right? I'm not a boring guy. I like to have fun. I celebrate everything. I celebrate little success. So that's what keeps me going. Like what maybe eCampus has taken away from me would be spending time with family. I mean, spending time with family, because I may be home, but I'm not home. So I may be there all right, but then I'm busy trying to run the organization, whether it's office hours or out of office hours. It's become a part of my entire life. But I think my family understands that. I make it a part of who we are. I get to involve them in some of the activities, so they can pardon me for a while. But aside that, I'm still me. And I think, yeah, I love my job.
Thank you for having us. I hope this goes far.
Telling Ghana's business stories. Citi TV brings you a dedicated business news bulletin that showcases the business temperature of the country in one go. The business dashboard, the markets, industry, and policies that affect the way we do business. All covered in one bulletin. The business dashboard, 7 p.m. every weeknight on Citi TV.
This is Fact Finder from the BBC.
Coming up on today's show.
When they speak about Ebola, you may see people there saying that it is a business from outside these countries.
We'll tell you how misinformation is keeping Ebola patients away from clinics and driving the numbers of infection.
How did Nigeria go polio-free for 3 years? We went digging for the facts.
And former Ghanaian President Jerry Rawlings recounts his experience as a victim of fake news.
And we also tell you how social media posts saved a sick giraffe in a Kenyan game park. Hello, I'm Fatia Mohammed Noor.
And I'm Ian Wafula. Welcome to Fact Finder from the BBC, in which we question the reality behind the headlines and look at the stories being talked about across Africa and how they affect you.
Today we begin by focusing on the impact of misinformation on health across Africa.
Now, the United Nations says that misinformation and growing distrust of vaccines is putting many lives in danger in the war against epidemics. We'll be seeking to learn from a polio vaccination campaign in Nigeria and explore a simmering controversy in Kenya.
But first, at least 2,000 people have died in the Democratic Republic of Congo from the deadly Ebola virus in the last 1 year alone. That's according to the International Committee of Red Cross.
Now, the numbers are set to rise as many Ebola patients are either delaying or avoiding to go to health facilities because of high levels of mistrust. Here's what I found out. An effective vaccine and treatments could not have come at a better time for the Democratic Republic of Congo. But this does not mean the fight against the viral disease is over just yet. Humanitarian organizations here have to work harder than before to fight the spread of the disease, as well as growing levels of mistrust and rumors among communities. Many Ebola patients are now delaying or avoiding going to health facilities because of misinformation.
When they speak about Ebola, you may see people there saying that it is a business from outside these countries.
The death toll has now surpassed 2,000, and those infected are nearly 3,000 according to the World Health Organization. Among some communities in the region, bodies are washed by hand as part of funeral rites. But with the Ebola epidemic, this is unsafe and can quickly spread the highly infectious disease. Handling Ebola patients and bodies of those who have died from the disease require high levels of caution. Teams of volunteers have been trained to conduct safe burials, but because of common but bizarre myths, for example, that Ebola was invented as a means of luring the locals to clinics to harvest their blood and body organs, some burial teams have found it difficult to work in some areas.
The communities themselves were showing a major mistrust of safe and dignified burial teams. They didn't know what a safe and dignified burial team was or what it did within their communities. And rightfully so, because at the end of the day, these are people in spacesuits who are taking away loved ones. We noticed this was the second largest need for the communities in terms of information.
To pass on trusted information to locals, classes like these are common in affected areas. The communities relate to the messages being passed on to them by local volunteers who take questions and play skits to raise awareness about the disease. Community radio stations also play a key role in broadcasting information.
At the end of the day, these volunteers are our entry points and our ears and our eyes within the communities to make sure that we understand what they're saying, understanding what the rumors are, and then combating them at the source. We modify our response when immediately we get an indication that there's a rumor that we need to address. We have a feedback system that is nearly live, and this is what keeps our response dynamic.
The 2014-2016 Ebola outbreak in West Africa was the largest since the virus was first discovered in 1976. The outbreak started in Guinea and then moved across borders to neighboring Sierra Leone and Liberia. The current 2018-2019 outbreak in Eastern DRC is highly complex, according to the World Health Organization, and is by far the worst in the country's history.
As the DRC is struggling with Ebola, they could probably learn a thing or two from Nigeria, which is now on the verge of being declared polio-free. The situation today is a stark contrast to 16 years ago, when misinformation hampered the rollout of a polio vaccination drive in parts of the country. BBC's Ajoke Ulohotse tells us how Nigeria managed to turn the tide.
In 2003, the Kano state government banned the polio campaign, citing fears by residents that vaccination may be a way of clamping on their religion and reducing their population. This led to a sharp increase in prevalence. In recent times, campaigners have heightened their activities here in a bid to convince reluctant communities. Women in Kano have played a critical role. 24-year-old Zainab Mustafa is one of the 4,000 volunteer community mobilizers moving from house to house to educate residents.
When I started, I faced this problem. Like parents will not allowed to collect this immunization because of what is this? The children who cannot born if in marriage. But if you sit down with them and give them briefly explanation, I say even me, I take this immunization, I can put them through like this. I show them everything.
The Khalid bin Walid Islamiyah is one of the 30 religious focal points in the state. I've come to see how religious leaders are shaping the conversation.
People accept this immunization, and we told them about safety of this vaccine, and they accept it also. And now we can say we achieved 99% at state level. There's no more polio in Kano State.
For 10 years now, the traditional institution has helped to alter this mindset.
Problem of that these people are saying is contaminated. It's never contaminated. That is why the Emir of Kano was able to bring in this vial, open it, break it, and consume it. To do what? To inform all, doubting Thomases that after all, this vaccine is not contaminated.
There has been no record of the wild polio virus in Kano State since the 24th of July 2014. This emergency operation center here has helped in achieving this feat. Here at the Kano State Emergency Operations Center, the journey to the eradication of the polio virus has commenced. The stockpiles of vaccines are to ensure that no child in the state would again suffer the excruciating pain or paralysis that comes with this virus. In a matter of months, the entire African continent could be polio-free. Today's success is a product of a huge amount of sustained global investment with the help of government and international partners.
Now, it took a lot of effort to convince religious leaders to change their stance and support polio eradication efforts. So how did they combat misinformation about vaccination in Nigeria? Dr. Faisal Shuaib, the chairman of the National Primary Health Agency, tells us how they did it.
So we went back to the gatekeepers, we went back to the traditional leaders, the religious leaders, the community-based organizations, and asked them what is the best way to communicate very clearly about the need to accept oral polio vaccines. We also ensured that these traditional leaders led a team to different countries where these vaccines were being produced, and they saw how these vaccines were being produced in a way that had no contraindication to their religious beliefs, had no contraindication in terms of health and safety. The traditional leaders, especially the Northern Traditional Leaders Committee on Primary Health Care under the leadership of the Sultan of Sokoto, now took control, took over ownership of the polio eradication program and said, these are our people, we will talk to them in the best way that we can, they have trust in us, and they will accept the vaccines. And once we handed this over to the traditional and religious leaders and they took the messages to the communities, we now saw how community members from resisting vaccines were actually now coming out to demand for the vaccines. We also found that community leaders also listen to political leaders. So, for example, when President Muhammadu Buhari became president in 2015, one of the first activities that he was engaged in was to himself vaccinate his granddaughter with the oral polio vaccine. That convinced a lot of community members. A lot of people queued behind President Muhammadu Buhari and presented their case for vaccination with the oral polio vaccine. So political leadership, very, very critical. Religious and traditional leadership, also very important in how we were able to change the narrative around the safety of oral polio vaccines and why it was important for kids to be presented, and how we found ourselves 3 years without a single case of white polio virus in Nigeria.
Well, Kenya seems to be grappling with a similar situation after some quarters objected to the proposed rollout on immunization of women and girls against the human papillomavirus. Fatia is at our touchscreen to unpack one of the reasons behind the opposition.
Now, cervical cancer is the fourth most common cancer in women globally. An estimated 570,000 new cases were recorded around the world in 2018, representing 6.6% of all female cancers. Cervical cancer is caused by the human papillomavirus HPV. There are several myths and misinformation about cervical cancer. This include claims that it cannot be prevented through vaccination and a common belief that the HPV vaccine causes infertility among women. Vaccination efforts in most countries target girls aged between 9 and 13 years. Kenya's Ministry of Health plans to roll out a mass vaccination campaign. The campaign especially targets 10-year-old girls who will receive 2 doses of the vaccine 6 months apart. The campaign has, however, been opposed by the influential Catholic Church through its affiliate, the Kenya Catholic Doctors Association. Claims made by the group include that the vaccine causes infertility among women and promotes sexual immorality and promiscuity among young girls and women. The World Health Organization says from the public health perspective, the vaccines have an excellent safety profile and more than 70 countries have introduced HPV vaccine in their national immunization program for girls. Ian is on the other side to find out more.
Thanks, Fatia. Let's now get some perspective from Siddharth Chatterjee, the United Nations resident coordinator in Kenya and also a polio survivor who is also a firm advocate for vaccines. Thank you very much, Sid, for making time for us. Now, how prevalent is health misinformation according to you?
So the UNICEF Executive Director, Henrietta Fore, recently said that, misinformation about vaccines is as dangerous as the disease itself. And it spreads fast and it poses a major public health challenge. And this is precisely what organizations like UNICEF, WHO, Gavi, UNFPA are confronted with. The fight against diseases, the best weapon against that are vaccines, and vaccines work. I'm personally a polio survivor. I know that a missed opportunity nearly got me down, but it was caught at the right time. It's very, very important that this misinformation is quickly kind of stopped.
Now, how can we address the misinformation, which seems to be deeply rooted, especially when you're looking at cultures and even religion?
You see, that's the challenge. Social media brings many opportunities and many, many challenges. And, it's like a lie being perpetuated and given all kinds of different indignities. And that is why you have, UNICEF and WHO and the Global Alliance for Vaccines in St. Berkeley and Dr. Tedros all in a unified message in the push to prevent childhood diseases. Keep in mind, every year, nearly 2 million lives are saved because of vaccines, and the gains that we've made can very, very easily be rolled back if we don't end the scourge of diseases.
Now, Sid, what are some of the common or recent examples of health misinformation that you've come across?
Well, you've seen it, when they end up saying that the polio vaccine or the HPV vaccine has some kind of chemical in it which causes impotency. I come from India, and if that were to be the case, our population would have been managed a long time ago. India defeated polio, and today it's a major disease burden which has been taken out of the public health challenges that India is confronted with.
Let's talk about the case of DRC. We're seeing it being hit by the worst Ebola outbreak ever to be recorded in the history of the country. Yet there are some people who still don't believe that the disease actually exists. What do you make of this?
Well, it is ignorance, and, ignorance has different dimensions to it. But the fact of the matter is that, the international community, WHO, UNICEF, the Red Cross movement have been quite effective in countering the challenge of Ebola. Now, what we need to make sure is an effective vaccine so that it can be prevented and done away with. But, simple things of hygiene and sanitation is good enough to prevent it. Hand washing, for example, can prevent many, many sorts of diseases. And that is why we have to use social media to our advantage of spreading that information through, ensuring that people understand that there is a looming threat of this disease and how best to counter it.
Okay, thank you very much, Sid, for making time for us. Coming up on Fact Finder.
What is it like waking up to news claiming that you are dead? Former Ghanaian President Jerry Rawlings lives on to tell his story.
We'll be right back. Welcome back to Fact Finder from the BBC. Now imagine logging into your favorite news website only to be greeted by breaking news claiming that you are dead.
Well, this is an all too familiar experience for Ghana's former president, Jerry Rawlings. He narrates his ordeal on this week's It Happened to Me.
When you say, my mother has passed on, my mother has died, I don't take it that seriously because I know she's alive. But she's 99 anyway. So what do we achieve with what you're trying to do? When it's getting out of hand, everybody's then calling you, etc. Then you react by issuing a modest press statement that she's still alive. Churning out fake news was not started by the ordinary people. It's something the big powers have always indulged in. And they've done a lot of harm over the years. When it used to happen to me personally, for instance, I didn't take some of those things seriously. You had to be a little bit more tactical, because in trying to get people used to your death, every once in a while they come out with it and you're alive. People could then become immune to it, and the manipulators could then go ahead and carry it out, because they're trying to take away their passion towards your life, to lessen it by occasionally injecting that you've passed away, so that people partially get used to the fact that, Rawlings is gone. I guess I've become partially immune to these fake news. We're having to live with the pain and the stress. And obviously, it's whenever we have political tension or some kind of social stress of a sort, these fake news don't help at all. And today's technology, has literally enhanced the operation of people who are interested in churning out fake or false news. And it's unfortunate because whilst it destroys, slows us down, immobilizes action, what it does is that it takes the energy out of truth. It takes the potency for action out of truth. Truth is a politically potent, it creates a politically potent atmosphere.
Now, not everything you come across on the internet is true, hence the need to be cautious lest you fall for a scam.
The online space has been infiltrated by fraudsters who will do anything to con you off your hard-earned cash. BBC's Olenkule Falai reports from Lagos, Nigeria.
Internet fraud is rampant in Nigeria. Residents here will easily narrate about the so-called Yahoo boys, a term given to scammers who mostly use online services to target their victims, an advance fee scam commonly known as the Nigerian Prince scam, and most recently, the business email compromise targeting companies, its employees, customers, or partners. Farouk remembers vividly how he lost his savings to a scammer who was promising high returns on forex trading in a deal whose returns were looking very attractive.
I'm a member of one of Nigeria's biggest online social forums,
and there was this guy I met on the platform. The guy is basically into forex trading, so I was captivated by his earning results, which was very, very wow. I was like, okay, this guy, let me add him up on WhatsApp and let's have a business deal. So it was like he would trade for me, and at the end of the day, we share the profit. So, and after like a week, the first day he made profit, the second day he lost, and the third day everything was completely gone. So I told the guy that, okay, this my account that you have blown, how are you going to rectify the issue? And he said, I should give him 7 days. That within 7 days everything will be fine. After 7 days, the guy blocked me, and that was how I lost my entire amount on the forum, on the trade.
With scores of people losing their hard-earned money to online scams every day, we return to Nkedilin and we asked her for tips on how to protect one's income from scammers.
I would say if it sounds too good to be true, then it probably is. Always verify the source. Sometimes websites look as if they are from a service provider, but they're not. Don't give out information that your bank or any service provider has told you do not give out, and this is the secret information, right? Make sure that you have secure passwords. I think that's also very important, because apart from these phishing attempts, there are also bots that are set up that basically just try and hack for a particular password. Use symbols, use numbers, use upper and lower case and special characters in your passwords to make sure that they're very strong. Also make sure that you are careful with what you share on social media platforms, because on there, a lot of the time you disclose information that is sensitive. And just be careful when you're visiting websites as well. Sometimes you get a warning, this website isn't secure. If you get these warnings, it's better not to visit than to visit. So look out for those, red flags. As I said, don't be greedy. You didn't win the lottery if you didn't play it.
Nigeria has been in the eye of the storm in recent times as a result of reports of scams that have been traced to the country. But one thing is clear, the authorities need to take a more effective step to put a stop to online scams. Kunle Falai, BBC, Lagos, Nigeria.
When a picture of a giraffe in a Kenyan park with one eye obscured by swelling hits social media, people around the world call for action. We spoke to the man who took these photos and tell you if this trending story has a happy ending.
In a world that is so heavily divided, one thing that is capable of bringing netizens together is the sight of an animal suffering. When this picture of a giraffe with a swarm of flies buzzing around what looked like a tumor covering its eye was shared online, hearts broke around the world.
I was just doing a photo shoot of wildlife. But then when I discovered that it is sick, and I've been following discussions on social media, on Instagram, on Facebook about wildlife that are sick, then I was inspired and moved to concentrate on this giraffe that was sick.
Conservationists and animal lovers were up in arms demanding action from the Kenya Wildlife Service. The Wildlife Agency set out to find the Rothschild giraffe in the Lake Nakuru National Park, which measures 188 square kilometers. When they did, they shared pictures of their medical team treating the giraffe, which was diagnosed with a bone tumor. The KWS shared pictures of a medical team working on the tumor, much to the relief of animal lovers. However, the team say that the tumor could not be removed because it would cause potentially serious complications. Instead, they chose to make the animal comfortable by administering antibiotics and pain medication. The Rothschild giraffe is a rare sight with only 609 living in Kenya. It is one of 3 giraffe species found in Kenya and 10 species found in Africa.
Let's now separate fact from fiction.
Here's this week's True or False from Johannesburg, South Africa.
First up, robot priest to preach Buddhist sermons.
It's true. False. False. True.
True. This is true.
Oh my God.
Okay, hold on to me. A Buddhist temple in Japan has introduced a $1 million robot as its latest member. The machine, which is modeled after the Buddhist Statue of Mercy, can deliver sermons and lead Buddhist worship services. Priestess have shown their hope that the robot will help Buddhist teachings reach the hearts of people today. Looks like a new era of religion. Next, gorilla swallows over $18,000 in a Nigerian zoo.
False. I will say true.
False. I can say true.
No. That is totally false.
False. False.
This is false.
Oh,
This story has been circulating in social media after a zoo official claimed the money was swallowed by a huge gorilla. But according to the zoo manager, the money was stolen by armed robbers and that the zoo has never housed a gorilla in its 47 years history. Finally, the Amazon rainforest has been on fire for 3 weeks.
Definitely true.
False.
That's true. That's true.
False.
That is false.
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 This is true.
Okay.
In Brazil.
Is it true? Then why is it not trending?
Despite the shocking news of the burning of Amazon rainforest, the late reporting of the story angered many. But according to Amazon Watch report, the forest had been burning for 3 weeks.
Now, do you have something you'd like to share? You can email us on factfinder@bbc.com.
You've been watching Fact Finder from the BBC. Until next time, remember, what you read may not be what it seems. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Comprehensive news. The Citi Newsroom at 8 p.m. on Citi TV is your most engaging news bulletin on TV.
It's a very that's too bad. The youth are still throwing stones. They are still throwing stones here into our direction. And can I come in? I want to come in. Okay.
Telling your stories better with correspondents covering every corner of the country.
Getting access to potable water is a daily struggle for residents of Kakichakopi and Balekopi communities in the Ada East district of the Greater Accra region.
Citi Newsroom at 8 p.m. Very fluent with issues that concern you.
This inquiry me come from Mr. Rabbi. Someone is here. Told you kind of 1 week. What do you say?
Is it unfair? What all this? What all this? We are dying! We are dying! We are dying for Choco!
With Citi Newsroom, your community is now connected.
In this our community, all of us we are very sorry of this school. If we went to see the children, they are so small. Even my grandchildren are there, my grandsons are there. If they come out from the school, I have to be easy.
Every day at 8 p.m., Citi Newsroom is live on Citi TV.
That's kind of cynical. I mean, because I'm not sure that all that we have done have necessarily been to the benefit of middle class or wealthy people. So we will get to that.
Tune in to The Point of View this and every Monday and Wednesday at 9 p.m. as I, Bernard Avele, get the right guests, ask them relevant questions on issues that matter to you.
When MDB came, because they were not putting money in the sinking fund.
They were not putting money in the sinking fund.
Yes.
That's why this curve is going up.
The money was going to the sinking fund, but it was not being applied to debt.
I think that there's a lot of apocryphal conspiracy theories around. And it's not different from 5G causes coronavirus, COVID-19 and things like that. So there's been this long-term held belief that somehow there are some people that have planned that they will bust hundreds of thousands of people to come and change Ghanaian electoral outcome. There is no evidence for it. There is absolutely no evidence for it.
I am saying that we have very professional herbalists in this country whose capacity I know because I've tried it. But also there are quack ones within them. And the earlier we weed them out, the better for them.
Remember, The Point of View is live every Monday and Wednesday at 9 p.m. only on Citi TV.
The Point of View is powered by Airtel Tigo. Have you heard that Airtel Tigo calls from 5 a.m. to 10 a.m. and Airtel Tigo money transfers are now free on new SIMs? Now you know. Airtel Tigo. Life is simple.
This is About Town on Citi TV. My name is Caleb. Could I be exploring the Gumbo line in Kumasi? Within the Swansea area, we're trying to have conversations with people who live here to know their reality. Chairman Albi, everything cool? Yeah. Chairman. Senior, good afternoon. Please, how are you? My name is Caleb. Could I work with Citi TV? What is your name?
Abdulkarim Ibrahim.
Abdulkarim Ibrahim. Hey, Karim, I've met your uncle. You are repairing Pragia.
Pragia.
How long have you been doing Pragia business? Repairs.
Okay, it's fine. It's doing well.
What started here? How many years?
My 19 years.
19
years.
So why your PhD query? Why a doctor of Pragia repair?
I'm an administrator.
Oh, yeah, the administrator.
I'm a straighter.
Oh, yeah, straighter.
Our cars.
Cars. It is in the Pragia. Okay, how long now are you said you mean?
I'm 19 years.
19 years, you told me earlier, sorry. And this is your office?
It's my shop.
Your factory? Your workshop? Bibi Akoye?
Bibi Akoye.
It's your tire, fine.
It's photo there, I had a year.
A year,
Papa.
I say a year.
I
see, but Edmani, okay. Thank you so much. Abdul Karim Ibrahim, he's a straighter. He fixes cars. He's fixing a Pragia now. No. I mean, Musa, Pragia na abaso pound.
Oh, Abba. But I said,
it's booming, For how long time been here now? Who say Pragia a Kosoro?
Getting to 4 years, 5 years, 6 years to 5 years in here. 5 years in here. Abba. So I'm saying, Mutifi. Omonyeshi. Nti si akrampo se by this time so wa okwara we fia wa ntwe namba ho a bedru me be kwapo wo hwe ko ho omo amasa no mo ni na bebia we de wo mpe nti na mo twe omo ye de ebe me ho aha wo me kire omo do we sase me ni ho no metima ye de o metima ye be omo so mo ayade
o mari asen
me ma e wo mo do so mo 7 1117
what do you think?
Me, you say me go 40 years. My about 40 years. 2. I'm a shop.
Abdul Karim Ibrahim. You're the man. Thank you so much. Okay, so you can tell that the work he does is connected to the scrap business, so he has a lot of stock. How many years now? How old are you? Wedding piercing.
Huh?
You. Wedding piercing. How old are you?
Mama me.
And you. Sorry. So, Ariane Mukofa wa hifa.
Huh?
Mukofa scraps no fabra hifa.
Chow mo anti dana. You go bush in the go to be abano.
Muko bola so.
Huh?
Bola. Kai.
Bola.
Muko bola so.
Dabi.
Muko bola. Muko bush. It's where saying.
We. Daddy no. Say dos.
Muton saying.
You talk. Obi will be a bit about 5 city, 10 city.
Where are you doing?
Huh?
Daddy bang from what?
Fire out.
A car, another computer, another fridge.
Fridge. Car. Bibiawo.
It's in a son of me in the box say.
Machine you were high, who was still go no yen say.
We are the same way. We better on the same.
I'm Bama City.
Now, what time I will better say?
Huh?
What time I will better say?
Media be me Tom and Miss Bayaka, crime new this and me from Crumpo.
But I say, why?
Oh, what's that, man?
Oh, Mina Majisica. I'm Mr. Minisika. Cinnamon, where I come? Abby, whose money is this?
No, I think it's
Bola.
It's
Okay, let me take this one. It's not good. It's a pragia. My brother, how are you?
Fine, thank you.
What's your full name?
My name is Abubakar Sadiq Al Hassan.
Abubakar Sadiq Al Hassan.
Yes.
You almost have the name of Radio Universe station manager.
Wow.
Alhaji Abubakar Sadiq Ahmed.
Yes.
But you are Al Hassan.
Yeah.
Okay, good. What do you do?
I'm managing a drugstore.
Drugstore?
Yes.
Where?
Here, it's here.
Where is it?
This one.
Should we go there?
Yes, please.
Come on, let's go. Is this the only drugstore here?
No.
Okay. Is it like over the counter sort of shop?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Let's go to Sadiq's drugstore. See. Shop. So sit in your office and let's talk. Good. Are you a pharmacist? Have you been to pharmacy school?
I'm actually a nurse.
Okay.
Yes, this is my certificate.
Okay. Nice.
A registered health assistant nurse.
Okay.
Yes. And then why I'm doing this is that, private nurses, we have a problem of placement. Okay. I completed
2006.
Up to now. There's no employment, there's no placement, and
that's like 14 years ago.
Yes.
How old are you, by the way?
I'm getting to 32 today.
Is that your football age or is your pharmacy age or is that nursing age? You are getting.
Are you talking of my personal age or my
professional age?
My professional.
If it will give you problem, don't say it.
Oh no. Like I said, I completed. I've been in the practice for about 9 years today.
And you've still not been placed?
Oh yes.
Because you're a private nurse?
Oh yes.
Every year we hear, almost every week, private nurses, unbonded, bonded,
yes.
private this.
Yes.
So what is the effect on communities like this, where you are a native and people need your assistance or your services, but you've not been placed?
Yes. Like I'm saying, after completing, I went through a lot of practice. And I know the first aid services that I can do to help. So I was doing that. In fact, when I came here, I was placed at one private clinic. And because of the services, people started saying, "Oh, your service is good, we wish you could be assisting us."
So you were placed after all?
No. Yes.
You got an opening?
Yes.
Not a placing?
No. It's never a placing. It's an opening. That is why all this thing came. Yeah, that is why all this thing came. If not, it was a call. Let me say that. It was a call from the community that your services are good. It's helping us a lot. So, especially the first aid services, I think it will help.
Especially because a lot of the young men here deal in scraps, very hard labor.
Some comes with
the young
some
ladies are in Kaya.
Good. After their services at the marketplaces, they come home with some kind of, pressure pains and all that. You can give them some over-the-counter painkillers so that it can help them, and then the next day they can go back to their work again. The scrap dealers too, they are around sometimes. The first aid dressings, they do get a lot of injuries and all that. You can give them the first aid dresses and they are satisfied with that. Sometimes too, when it's so severe, you are able to assist them with some kind of a referral notice, so that they
so
can.
You have referral notes here?
Well, what I do is just I take their temperature, their BP, and I write a small report on how I've taken that person through, and then I wish the nearest clinic or hospital can further go through that. And then
if you had been placed, you probably would have been out of reach of your people.
Yeah.
Is this a blessing in disguise?
Everything that comes your way is a blessing. We'll say that. Everything that comes your way, hard times is a blessing. We say that, and good times too are blessings.
Do you where do you live?
I'm actually living here because I was living at a faraway place from here, but because of the service, now I've gotten a structure here that I do go to place my head, and then at the end of the day, I can go to work. When I can come here and do something.
I see you have some curtains behind. Is that where you sleep?
Oh, well, no. That's not where I sleep, Most of these drugs, so this is where I just keep some of my, my bags and my other stuffs.
So where do you get your drugs from?
I most of the times pick them from the pharmacies, Danny Pharma, Oson's chemists, a lot of the pharmacies in town. Yeah.
I see that you have some body enhancers too. 3 days hip hop.
Yes.
Do people? Is it in high demand in this area?
Oh no. Not at all. Not at all. It's just.
Is there a market for it?
Not all that.
So why do you have it? Or you use it yourself?
No. I don't use it myself. Sometimes you wouldn't know when the need will arise. Let's say, even though we are not all that, it should be in a good structure. A pharmacy should have what is expected.
The other thing I know is that for a lot of the drugs, they're supposed to be kept in cool, dry temperatures. And so they are often required to be in ACs. Some are even required to be in refrigerators and all.
Yes.
You have a
think
huge
I have
fan
them.
here.
I don't have those
So
drugs.
are the drugs in good condition to be administered?
Oh yes. These ones are just first aid drugs, oral drugs that you take, go swallow, and then, like I said, even when you are not getting what you are expected to, I try to just put a notice to that and then refer you to the nearest health center, and they will help.
Abubakar Siddiq Al Hassan.
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Pleasure
much.
talking to you.
Yeah.
Very pleasant. Gentleman there. Okay, this looks like washrooms for the people here. Not quite seeing a public toilet, but there's some tubes of them right there. This is a mosque by every indication. Oh, there must be some aure in the mix. Aure. Hello, how are you? Yes. Okay. Cinema also. Cinnamon. Okay, too. Make I come make you talk. Are you comfortable? Citi TV. We're talking life, man. Life in general, work, life, happiness, everything. Eko.
No go feel talk English or like.
Tree. Pigeon. Pigeon. The Gomba maintain. We should talk pigeon.
If he's not here English too. He's not here.
But it's here. It's here English. Hausa, me don't know Hausa.
You don't know. No.
So we can speak some pidgin.
Alafi.
Can we speak some pidgin?
Hausa.
I wish I could speak Hausa, but I don't speak Hausa. Okay.
That one.
So are you the youth president? Are you the youth president in the area?
Yeah.
You look like a big man. People are kneeling down for you, man.
No, we don't know that.
It's a big man.
It is palace.
Oh,
yes,
that's the youth palace.
Yes.
Oh, so is that you? Where? Malguna Sona. Malguna Sona.
Yeah.
So you're prince. Sharp. Boom. Nice. So where's your throne? This one?
Yes.
So what do you typically do in this palace?
Oh, we plenty. We only yet to apam. Yeah, never be That's a brave.
Then I'm going to has say.
Aha, yeah, never be like your wahanu. Say, Uncle, no, mana, or papa, Jumano. Omun will beat me by no say, oh, bra, obi see me, and I will be out. Obi ube chanu kwa baha na there be uncle bunu your corner be done takwa na ya chire na police station kwan no akoye police station no mo abeso over man
so wa ye
gidi na ya yes na ya kasaku na ya settlement am na ya ku
settlement dey be dangerous
akasasa bre sa ka police fo abetu ya wa
that's true
because you wa hanyen ne
that's true how long have you been
the gomba for hini no kwa na ye wa ha pechi dogomba hini no na mranti afie ni
kintu ye mranti hini sharp
pechi dogomba hini no
okay
na mranti afie ni na we su ya friend malgna like we be saya onna ye ni yi yo ye ni yi hini no tini ye na chire fo
emebu na wa hanu mododo be yesen
does
be yesen 100,000
you bet me I do like 150 and 100 because yeah does
150,000 and 150 people
150 people
150,000
it does one because you waha bi musu wo group di ko branches no does but aha na ya nyina boom na ya ko hini no ho
it's one year
back
up near me sir
back
single one what did you back on
okay e wanya ho
hey ayo
say mintimi ka say mintimi ana betimi but send ya mi wo ba kun de senya mi ya adum na scan ba modia metimi apa obi aka ho
so onya sika obe
metimi apa bi aka ho de be ya amba dia o me de be
ani o yere be bon pese sika number
David you do pese mbra before me ni won kwala amba dia no kwala dia me my for
go school do him
me man go school David
class 1
David
nothing so what free SHS how do you feel
to say
what is some free SHS how do you feel
no
free education yet to
I to me send me champagne for
ntunya ya na nka wako bia na
minya bia meko
ade na wan go school o papa na mo wan go school na we ejuma na school ni ho
ye tam no dia na ye honum no na school ni ho be bia me free no north ai zabzugu na kpale nti me free ho bai ha no and me baka ha no na me dia ko business on nti ma
kaswa we businessman
yes crafts juma
scraps more come
Yeah, was ska. Ska woman na yeah was ska.
Ah, okay, ska wom.
Ska wom.
Na
Juma bia ska wom. Juma sa wusu ye ska wom. Aha. Juma bia ska wom. Enya kro no dia ska wom.
It when you ska fine.
Oh, yeah, ska. Ya dia chi na wo pie dia wo nya bi. Cause who could break a crowd to me by one brain out to the Aunya.
There's a one braunya.
David.
A human wiring.
Oh, a human the heading, but your bed and your bread. Yes, we are near the
Samuya, Muko Hospital.
Your call, Messia.
But more drugstore, be was
a drugstore, the doors were Ababua.
It's a animal problem. Fire then.
I had a problem, the doors were but break cry.
Come here, son.
Me come in, son. Me first, the mechanic say, you were hanu. Yeah, need like, you to meet her, ye be biao. Yenim will be, yenim a brand here be away or yenin in a waha. Actually, you who know the police one and nam. Say, we need no confusion be out to her now, who know the police appeal so. Unya if you crown becho. Cause we need no be volunteer. No more do alcohol, no alcohol to your car, no more jaw. Sadian and a problem. Police
crime.
Aye. Bekala.
Bekala. Yeah. What's it in some say? Chronosam cause be free.
Oh, chronosam dear, yet it, but yeah, yet a hundred dear. Yenimium. Yet Hanti, Uba, ne Nimwa, Yama won't na yamu, because if ye free chrome neighbor have a pay, while we are Hanidia, ye knew yan shed and tenas, because your name will life.
What's your second concern? Number 2.
Number 2. Number 2, the account say, Yanim Mayuano Moha, Mukojo Mea Jumano, Omunu, yes, Rese, Omumpemwa, and Muaomo. Na omusu omuni jikakra like tailor juma na hairdresser juma bi penin bi betimi aba no asese omo na omusu ya no na yam.
So for the first time in Ghana history there was Zongo ministry. Aya Zongo ubakaza Aya Zongo.
Aya Zongo Aya Ababu Guru.
Na Zongo minister and Zongo ministry omo mahamba ya shi
omo nyemba hada ye wa ye hu omu da wa ha ba ye ti se omu wo ho ba ye no omu ba hada ye ti omu din
e bia enjo mu beba.
Okay, so omu beba dia ye ntimi nche so number 3 dubata kandia to yele yatangba de namma problem de ka hunu se sa gota winu enu so ensuo to a etimi haye. Because it's me wura fie no mu. Bebre. Obi, you are down for me.
Okay. And they say you see no straight.
There be near kwani say but it's me bana wura me pie kwa na omusa dem. Even kura nye sa we mu kura fie ankasa bebre wo house in so kum.
It is sanitation. Number 1 yeah, crime. Number 2 employment. Number 3 sanitation. Flooding. The money Mubola going for
the bola, your container were him ho. You distribute bola boom. Car be fako, a man a car be fako, or Poshiano Sadi Abesi.
Aye. Oh, man, no money say,
Mano, Omu penny no bedrus or see.
Bedrus, how many years?
If penny no, then 6 years.
Yeah, for baby, so say. So boys but say no mu say na mu body na yam say o ebia mu drugs kakra.
Oh say hanu Ashanti region police for the omu nya mistake omu kayeye sade anka dada omu abesisa ye wa ha because ye anka say nim say police wo ho unti sade end near life unti enu
de boys hu omu bia mu week kakra wa de enu mu
David ye de nya sa
to thank you. Good, so that's the Malgun Sona. Sorry,
Malagana
Sona. Thank you. Crime, unemployment, sanitation. These are the top 3 concerns of the leadership of the youth of Dagomba line here in Kumasi in the Ashanti region. This has been another episode of About Town on Citi TV. My name is Caleb Kuda. Keep watching Citi TV.
Looking for something new this November? Looking for star-studded suspense?
It's what rich, entitled people do when threatened. They conceal the ugly truths to protect themselves.
Maybe you're in search of true love.
Roses are red, violets are blue. I got a crush on you, baby, would you be my crew?
What about a bit of family drama? Need something to keep the kids entertained?
We're ready to help with the case, Mira. We'll look for clues.
Perhaps criminally good comedy is your thing. Whatever you're in the mood for, look no further than DSTV.
Election 2020, Ghana makes a choice. Tracking and bringing reports of the presidential and parliamentary campaigns across the length and breadth of this nation.
Analyzing campaign activities and election data with our panelists on the Voters Diary.
The Voters Diary is the most factual, instructive, and balanced election 2020 analysis program on television.
The Voters Diary, every weekday on Citi TV from 3 p.m. to 4 p.m.
Stay informed on all the relevant issues on election 2020.
Tune into the Voters Diary, it's Ghana's choice.
This weekend on Footprints, former Director General of the Ghana Health Service, Professor Achiman Bedu Akosa, continues telling his riveting story.
But everybody felt that pathology was too difficult. Akosa couldn't do it. And the head of department said I didn't get distinction in pathology, so he wouldn't accept me. I said, hey, my first degree there was head also. Second degree, that's all. The couple, no. So luckily he went on sabbatical and I got accepted. And when he came back, I was in the department and he wasn't happy, but he soon realized that it would have been a mistake if they had not taken me into the department.
Wow.
So we did 2 years here, good grounding. I was on autopsy duty every day. Every day I did 20 autopsies. Every day, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
At the main mortuary?
Yes.
So you were contesting with Papa Kwesi Ndum?
Papa Kwesi Ndum, Kweku Osafo, Brad Akwete, who else? Yeah. So there were 3 people from the same camp fighting Papa Kwesi Ndum.
Okay.
And of course, he won. But because I knew what had happened, I told him that there was no way I was going to give him my support. Because I don't believe that a political party should be totally emasculated by another political party.
Okay.
All right? So you didn't win squarely, and I withdrew. So this was not where Ghana should be at all. And this was somebody who, on the very day he finished his program in Abrochire, he came by boat straight to Ghana, had given his all to Ghana. Because now it is almost as if everybody else in Ghana does not matter except those who have committed themselves to a certain political discipline. They are the only people who matter. They are the only people whose views matter, and everybody else is sidelined.
Footprints airs this and every Saturday at 9 a.m. with a repeat on Sunday at 4 p.m. only on Citi TV.
Footprints is sponsored by Bethel Logistics Company Limited, experts in shipping logistics.
Business Dashboard is sponsored by AGB Bank, Truly Agric, and more.
Hello and welcome to the Business Dashboard here on Citi TV. My name is Mina W. Coming up, workers of the Tema Oil Refinery give President Akufo-Addo a one-week ultimatum to dissolve the board of the company over their incompetence. Also, some customers of defunct fund management companies defy warnings of the Securities and Exchange Commission to engage PBay Limited for their monies, and later we'll bring you a report on how discarded synthetic hair is being turned into pavement blocks. All that and more coming up in the next 30 minutes. But first, workers of the Tema Oil Refinery TOR have given the president a one-week ultimatum to dissolve the board of the company over the incompetent management of the facility. The workers made the demand when they staged a peaceful protest on Wednesday morning at the company's premises. Among other things, the workers say the board has made no significant contribution to the growth of the company. Itema-based journalist Carlos Atu was at the scene and filed this report for Citi Business News.
Workers of the company here are staging a protest demanding the dissolution of the board of directors over what they termed as incompetent management of the facility. Many of the workers here are clad in t-shirts, red t-shirts with red armbands, and are wielding placards with inscriptions such as the board must go, amongst others. According to the workers, apart from some minimal production that goes on as and when there is a contract, there has not been any major production here for close to 2 years, and for which reason they are calling for the board of directors to be sacked. And so I have with me here the chairperson of the Ghana Petroleum Chemical Workers Union, GTPC, WU, Sewa Duncan Williams.
We are calling government to dissolve the board because, as far as we are concerned, the board has failed us. As my co-chair said earlier, the board has failed us from beginning to that end. They have been here for 4 years and they cannot boast for anything. So the government should dissolve the board. That is what we are asking for. And when the management also misbehave, they will follow them. You know, nothing is going on as we speak.
The place is like a cemetery.
And they are behaving like the board. So if they also don't sit up, we will come for them as well.
So I have with me also Bright Adongo, who happens to be the chairman of the Senior Staff Workers Union of the Tema Oil Refinery. He's going to tell us why they are calling for the board to be dissolved.
We have organized this protest because the board of Tema Oil Refinery, we believe that they have failed the refinery. The reason why we are saying they have failed the refinery is that when this board took over, they were given a mandate to help recapitalize the refinery, a mandate to change the state of the refinery, a mandate to give a new list to the refinery. That's right. Yet, when we realized that things were not going on, the workers went out of their own job description. Partner management made proposals like natural gas, like time committee report, cost cutting, while the decline in patronage. We made all these proposals to management. Look, the interesting point is that most of the proposals didn't need a single dime of a resource to implement them. Yet the board was not able to exercise oversight responsibility in terms of check and balance, in terms of control on the management to be able to implement it. To check.
However, CEO of the Chamber of Bulk Oil Distributors, Senyo Kwesi Hosi, says it will require a lot more than mere talks to address the challenges. He was speaking at the Energy Manifesto Town Hall organized by the Ghana Chamber of Bulk Oil Distributors.
The problem that we have with TOR is not about investments. There's been millions of investments that have been sunk in TOR and they've yielded nothing. Refinery business is not about sparking machines and getting things going. It's trying to get this done sustainably, profitably. And you need a certain different kind of orientation that does not exist at all. The problem TOR has is nothing but politicians. Political interference in the activities of commercial activities and engineers is not a sustainable proposition. So we really need to see exactly what you intend to do. Are you looking at a commercial, a strategic partner with some partial privatization of TOR or not? Or you are looking at us still keeping the status quo and pumping a lot more money into TOR and coming up with the same results like we've seen in time past? That is the clarity, I think, from a policy perspective, the market will want to have. But you are right, we can't continue exporting crude and importing white products. BDCs will support that any day. By buying directly from TOR. It's a better option any day. But let's fix and take the right decisions and not the rhetoric.
Parliament has passed the Air Navigation Services Agency Bill. If assented to by the President, the law will create an independent entity out of the current Ghana Civil Aviation Authority. The separation of the air navigation and regulatory functions of the GCAA is in line with international best practice in aviation and recommendations of the International Civil Aviation Organization to ensure that the GCAA does not act as an operator and regulator at the same time. While Minister of Aviation Joseph Kofi Adda spoke to the press in Parliament after the approval of the bill.
Today we're able to pass another bill that will set up another independent authority or agency that we'll call the Air Navigation Service Agency, again coming out of the Ghana Civil Aviation Authority. For a long time we all know that the Civil Aviation Authority was set up in Ghana to oversee all aviation matters. In 2006, thereabouts, we were able to decouple the authority by setting up the Ghana Airport Company Limited. That was the first step in the decoupling process. From 2006 on to this year, we're not able to do any further decoupling. As I indicated earlier this year, we're able to set up the Aircraft Accident Investigations Bureau to make it independent. Today, Parliament passed the other bill that set up the Air Navigation Services Agency.
You're watching the Business Dashboard on Citi TV. We'll take a breather here. When we return, we'll bring you a report on how discarded synthetic hair is being turned into pavement blocks. Do stay for the details.
ADB is pleased to roll out its new mobile banking app. Download the ADB mobile application from Google Play Store or the App Store and enjoy limitless possibilities on your smartphone. After downloading the ADB mobile app, sign up at your nearest ADB branch and change your default password, which will be sent to your email after setup. You are activated to enjoy the most convenient and smart way of banking. Experience mobile banking anywhere and anytime, such as account balance and transaction inquiry, instant transfer of funds to other customers in different domestic banks, transfer to any mobile money wallet in Ghana, airtime top-up for all networks, utility payments for DSTV, GoTV, ECG, Surfline, Vodafone broadband and postpaid, ADB, truly agric, and more.
You're welcome back to the Business Dashboard here on Citi TV. To some more stories, the Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, says it will continue to work with law enforcement agencies to protect investors from fraudulent companies like PB Limited. In a recent release, the Commission cautioned the general public against engaging PB Limited, an entity which claims it can facilitate the payment of locked-up funds of customers of defunct fund management companies at a fee or a commission. Meanwhile, the Coalition for the Aggrieved Customers of the 53 collapsed fund management companies say, despite the warning from SEC, they will continue to cautiously engage PB Limited with the hopes that the company will assist them in retrieving their funds. The following report has more.
The Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, while revealing that PB Limited was not duly registered by the Registrar General's Department, in its caution statement to the general public, also warned investors that neither the SEC nor the official liquidator, that is the Registrar General, has authorized the actions of PB Limited. In an interview with Citi Business News, the Director General of the Securities and Exchange Commission, Reverend Daniel Ogbamitete, said it will also continue its engagement with law enforcement agencies to ensure the investing public is protected.
Many people are interested in knowing what steps the SEC has taken or will take following the public interest notice that we issued regarding a company by name PB purporting to facilitate the access of the locked up funds of some of the investors of some of the firms that have lost their licenses. What I'll say is that typically we have a working relationship with the various law enforcement agencies. So as and when we pick up signals of some entities engaging in activities that are inimical or illegal or that threaten unsuspecting investors, what we do is to formally report to these other law enforcement agencies, and then they take it up from there.
But speaking on a recent caution note from the SEC, the Secretary of the Coalition for the Aggrieved Customers of the 53 collapsed fund management companies, Joseph Aite, admitted that members of the coalition were actually engaging PB Limited and are hopeful the company, which claims to have connections in government, will help them retrieve their locked up funds at a fee of 2%.
So if you are in dire need of help and somebody decides to offer you a help, you give it a thought, okay? And that is exactly what we are trying to do. What they want to do for us is that they will charge us a kind of a fee to also defray their cost just of going through the process for us. And according to them, the fee is going to be 2% of your total money that you retrieve at the end of the day. Our lawyers are currently engaging the lawyers of PB to really make sure that we tidy up all the loose ends at the end of the day. Frankly speaking, we also aware of the issue raised by Securities and Exchange Commission saying that their checks with the Registrar General indicates that PB is not duly registered. We've actually informed our lawyers about this. As we speak, PB has given us their registration certificate from the Registrar General, and from what we see on the papers, it means they are duly registered.
Reverend Ogbamitete, however, absolved the SEC from any mishaps that may arise as a result of future engagements between Adamant's customers.
Now, stakeholders in Ghana's banking sector are advocating for more support from various sectors of the economy to tackle money laundering in Ghana. And this menace, which has resulted in Ghana's current position on the European Union's grey list, can limit many transactions with other countries if not checked. At a CalBank leadership conversation held in Accra, stakeholders in the financial sector outlined some measures that can collectively be deployed to tackle the menace.
The Financial Action Task Force, the initiative set up to tackle money laundering globally, grey lists a country which is considered a safe haven for terror funding and money laundering as a warning to the country to tackle the menace. Any country which finds its way onto the task force's grey list automatically appears on the European Union's list too. In order for a country to be delisted, it must show a strong commitment to address the menace. On 7th May 2020, the European Commission cited Ghana as one of 4 African countries listed by the EU for money laundering breaches. Since then, all financial transactions in and out of Ghana have been under greater scrutiny. As part of efforts to tackle the money laundering menace to get Ghana off the list, stakeholders in the banking sector are raising the awareness to get everyone on board in solving the problem. The managing director of CalBank, Philip Oruedu, is hopeful that foreign investors will not cancel transactions with Ghanaian companies due to Ghana's position on the grey list. Mr. Oruedu is further advocating for proper regulations in the telecommunications sector to check money laundering, which emanates through mobile money. He spoke to Citi Business News on the sidelines of the CalBank leadership conversation on the theme Grey Listing of Ghana by EU and AML Deficiencies, Implications and Lessons.
Movement of funds on the mobile money platform, especially where we have this issue of SIM registration and being able to identify movement of funds to people, is a very critical thing that has to be dealt with. But I think in all this, it's at the end of the day, in terms of regulation, whoever is responsible to ensure that that sector is regulated very well. The central bank is involved. The National Communication Authority is involved. So whatever has to be done to ensure that they are regulated, SIM cards are well registered. You can identify them to people. You can identify them to addresses. So if we also talk about the national identification, being able to link all these chains so that we have very good transparency when it comes to this platform.
The head of Financial Stability Department of the Bank of Ghana also urged institutions to report suspicious cases of possible money laundering.
Somebody sees something wrong and will sit on it, will not expose it, because he himself will not be identified. But if we have a similar system and a transparent system, that something comes to you and you don't expose, you yourself will be exposed. Then, like you said, the banks, for instance, if something comes to you and you don't report, somebody will come and check what you have done and it will come out. So it is incumbent on you to report, because otherwise somebody comes and you don't report, you yourself, you are in trouble. So
To some other stories, while it is common knowledge that Ghana faces a severe plastic waste crisis, as a number of streets in the country have litters or heaps of waste beside them. While this is a challenge for most people to deal with, a few individuals are using this waste for meaningful business ventures. Nelplast Eco Ghana Limited is one of such companies. The following report has the details.
When government said it was considering placing a ban on companies that produce plastic bags in 2013, Nelson Boatin, whose company was one of such, decided to divert into the production of pavement blocks and Lego bricks for building instead. His raw material, waste, plastic waste. Nelplast Eco Ghana Limited has since 2015 been into the production of these building materials. According to them, this will also help to address a huge social problem in the country, waste collection.
The journey has been very difficult, looking at how green businesses are treated here in Ghana. Easy access to loan and grants is very difficult. So we started by our own profit that we were getting from the polybag to establish this. We've received some few grants from UNDP, SDF, GCIC, and SEED. That is also helping us in our operations. We did a paving block for car parks, school compounds, individual homes, and also the Lego bricks for building affordable housing.
He tells me the company, which is located in Ashia Mine, has 64 direct employees and over 300 indirect employees, of which 98% are women.
So these are waste that we receive from outside, from Nestle Ghana Limited, from Weave Ghana, the ladies' synthetic hair. We receive all of them. and we use them for the production of the bricks. So when they come here, we scale and pay them according to the weight of the plastic they were able to collect in a day. Then the waste will be crushed and washed if necessary, then mixed with sand.
But how receptive have people been to buying his products?
In a day, we are doing between 1,000 to 1,500 of the paving blocks, and the Lego bricks, we are doing 300 of that in a day. We sell per square meter is 36 Ghana cedis, but the Lego bricks is sold for 3 cedi 50 pesos. That is 6 inches, and the 5 inches is 3 cedi. We have a very high demand. Like I said, our capacity is very small. Our collectors have the ability to take about 20,000 kilos of plastic waste from the environment, whilst we can only process 3,000 kilos of them. The bricks, we have the capacity of moving to 5,000 bricks a day. But the problem we have is is lack of equipment to produce more to satisfy the demands of our customers.
From piles of rubbish to a strong standing building, Nelson Boateng believes his company, with the right support, can undertake big ticket transactions that tie in with government's projects, including affordable housing.
We are now putting plans on how to engage the government so we can take these schools under trees.
The next time you have some plastic waste material, instead of throwing them away, you might want to get innovative with them, or better still, supply them to Nelplast Eco Ghana Limited, which is using them to put up buildings such as this. Reporting for Citi News, I am Anita Arthur Kisimuku.
You're still watching the Business Dashboard here on Citi TV. We'll take another breather here. When we return, members of the Peasant Farmers Association and GA will kick against the Plant Variety Protection Bill, which was passed in Parliament today. Do stay.
Citi TV is live on DSTV. Go to channel 363. On GoTV, access Citi TV on channel 182. On a digital TV, please press the menu button on the remote control and run a new search on your TV. Take note that without an antenna, you cannot access Citi TV on your television. Citi TV can be accessed on a free-to-air digital box like the GoTV and StarTimes box. Citi TV, it's your world.
On the 7th of December, you will be going to the polls to elect a member of parliament. How well do you know your constituency?
We take a visit to the Awutu Senya East constituency of the Central region. We are coming to you from the Inshayaso constituency in the Ashanti region. I'm still in the Aswanse constituency.
Political parties will be campaigning for your vote.
We have done almost about 80 to 90 different projects across the country.
There is no single school under any electoral area that has not seen the development of Honorable Muntaka.
But as a constituent, what will inform your choice of a candidate to represent you in Parliament?
My party is my community. What program are you bringing in to solve the problem of my community?
Be involved in what concerns you. My name is Fremedu Nyame. Join me on the constituency for all you need to know concerning your socio-economic development. The constituency airs on Citi TV Mondays to Thursdays.
You're welcome back. Members of the Peasants Farmers Association, General Agricultural Workers, that's Ghana Agricultural Workers Union, Food Sovereignty Ghana, Vegetarian Association of Ghana, and the Rastafarian Council of Ghana have kicked against the Plant Variety Protection Bill, which was passed in Parliament on Wednesday. The farmers say the bill, which was first presented to Parliament as the Plant Breeders Bill, undermines Ghana's sovereignty and will weaken the agricultural sector. There's more in this report. The purpose of the Plant Variety Protection Bill is to establish a legal framework to protect the rights of breeders of new variety of plants and plant groupings, and to promote the breeding of new varieties of plants to improve the quantity, quality, and cost of food, fuel, and raw materials for industry. However, members of the Peasant Farmers Association, together with some agricultural associations, say the bill, which was reintroduced to Parliament this year, was done without taking into account any of the objections raised against it for the past 7 years. Even though the content of the bill is still unknown to the farmers, General Secretary of the Ghana Agricultural Workers Union, Edward Kariwe, believes the bill, after assented to by the President, will not be beneficial to the ordinary farmer, as it does not allow farmers to sell and exchange seeds from protected varieties.
What is in Parliament today is still seeking to make it criminal for a farmer, after you have acquired the seed from the so-called commercial seed producer, you cannot transfer that seed to your brother, because that particular commercial farmer has got the patent right to it, and that patent right enjoins you not to transfer it. If you transfer it, it becomes criminal.
Mr. Kariwe added that the bill undermines Ghana's sovereignty and will weaken the agricultural sector at large.
Because of the ecological differences, one uniform seed does not actually necessarily apply everywhere. So it allows for diversity. What this Plant Breeders Bill will happen is that there will now be uniformity. And with the uniformity, it kills diversity. And the ecosystem is about diversity. So this Plant Breeders Bill is seeking to introduce something of that nature. And it destroys the ecosystem, it destroys the biodiversity. And when the biodiversity is destroyed, there are many more living organisms that we don't know, which are also dependent on the existing ecosystem. And that disempowers everybody. And it will undermine the ability of this country to be able to produce our own food and then be food secure.
And this is where we bring down the curtains on today's edition of the Business Dashboard here on Citi TV. Our website, citybusinessnews.com, has more information on our top stories and more. Subscribe to CitiTube on YouTube for more exclusive video content from Citi TV. Download the Citi Newsroom app on the Google Play Store or the App Store and keep updated on the go. You can also watch Citi TV on DSTV channel 363 and GoTV channel 182. My name is Mina W. Thanks for watching and keep watching Citi TV.
Business Dashboard is sponsored by ADB Bank, Truly Agric, and more.
Electrical cables are an essential part of our everyday lives, as we are surrounded by numerous types for various applications. Without them, basic life activities will not be possible. Excellent quality cables are made from excellent quality raw materials. Our subsidiary company, Western Rod and Wire Limited, receives the molten aluminium metal from Valco, and through continuous casting and rolling manufactures EC grade aluminium rods, which serves as one of the raw materials for cable production at Tropical Cable and Conductor Limited. Like former global president and COO of Ford Motor Company, we believe that manufacturing is the bedrock of sound economies and thriving societies. Since our inception in 1997, we have made impressive progress as our technology is geared towards manufacturing the highest quality of cables, conductors, and PVC compounds.
I started it with the very simple aim of creating an African industrial giant. And then secondly, to create a company which will live beyond me. The company is a gift to my country and my people so that it can provide jobs, but above all, provide an example to our nation that we can also do well in manufacturing.
With a world-class staff that have vast experiences and expertise, we are consistent in manufacturing world-class quality cables.
I have been working with Tropical Cables and Conducted for about 5 years now. I came in like a national service personnel. Working with Tropical Cable has been so great. In the finance department as a finance officer. Working with Tropical Cable has given me more experience on my job. Working with a very great team, especially my boss and a working mate of mine, they have been so supportive.
The cable manufacturing process begins after receipt of raw materials such as EC-grade copper rod, EC-grade aluminium rod, insulating compounds, just to name a few. The first manufacturing process of a cable is the wire drawing process, where a copper or aluminium rod with a bigger diameter is drawn down to a smaller diameter wire strand and placed on spools. The drawn copper wires undergo a heating process called annealing to increase the ductility and conductivity. As is done at each stage of the manufacturing process, quality control tests are carried out at this critical first stage. The next stage in the process is stranding or bunching, which involves combining individual copper or aluminium wires together to form the conductor. Conductors of different cross-sections can be made. On to the extrusion process, where an insulating sheath is placed over the conductor. Different materials such as PVC, XLPE, PE, or even EPR can be used depending on the cable properties required. The next process, which is laying up, is a grouping of different phased conductors to produce a multi-core cable. The phased conductors are either colored or numbered in keeping with the installation standard. After laying up, another extrusion or sheathing may be required. The armoring process involves putting a mechanic covering called armor to further protect the cable from external damage that may occur. The armor wires are made from aluminium or galvanized steel. The outer covering is placed on the armor in an extrusion process after armoring. For conduit cables, the coiling process is the last stage of production before the finished products are received into stores for onward dispatch to the cherished customer. After each process, series of rigorous tests are conducted to ensure the specifications are met.
This is where we manufacture all our electrical cables that are distributed throughout West Africa and the continent. We have a workforce of about 150 on site, working a 24-hour shift, 6 days a week. We're producing on site aluminium cables. We have bought machines to be able to keep up with the demand on the local market. My workforce here are only Ghanaian, 99%. We are constantly looking to upgrade our product market and expand our range of products in all our aspects of what we're making here in tropical cables.
We value life above all. Health and safety is a priority as workers are always in the required PPEs to execute their tasks. At Tropical Cable, quality is our hallmark. Within our passion for excellence and the desire to satisfy our customers, we ensure total compliance to international standards by various tests conducted using our ultra-modern testing facilities. Our highly qualified lab engineers carry out rigorous tests to ensure that every single tropical cable and conductor product meet the standards.
We manufacture cables in accordance with various specifications and various international standards. The Ghana standard for electric cables and conductors is an equivalent of International Electrotechnical Commission standard for electrical cables. All our products are certified by Ghana Standards Authority. In addition, we are also implementing a quality management system in compliance with the ISO 9001 quality management system requirements. We were the first cable manufacturer in Ghana to attain this certification in 2004. Over the years, we work on maintaining the standards with regular internal quality audits and external audits by independent accredited organization SGS. Talking about specifications, we can manufacture in accordance to customer requirements. When we receive our inquiry, first we analyze, we review the requirements and then assign an international standard and manufacture accordingly.
Because we care about our environment, we ensure minimal waste through recycling to minimize environmental pollution. We operate the only PVC compounding plant that produces insulation compounds for the cable manufacturing industry here in Ghana and West Africa.
I work for Tropical Cable for 23 years. I started work at Tropical as I'm young. I come from vocational school when I started working with Mr. Tony JC. At that time, I've started as a cleaner, moving from cleaning to production, become a production overseer. From production, I moved to stores as a stores assistant. I'm very happy to work at Tropical Cable.
We have the capacity to produce over 10,000 tons of cables, conductors, and PVC compounds combined each year.
At Tropical Cables, we are focused on two things: providing excellent quality cables to our consumers and providing convenience to our customers. We are an ever-evolving company and we are focused on bringing the best to you wherever you are. We are set up in two ways. We have sales depots across various regions in the country, strategically placed to serve the consumer needs wherever you find yourself in Ghana. We also have distributors across the country who are in the market in various territories to be able to serve you and get the products closer to you. Quality is our focus, and we always ensure that you get the best. On top of that, we are an award-winning cable manufacturer. We've won numerous awards across various platforms. Because we are a customer-focused company, we ensure that all our cables are flame retardant, low smoke. We ensure we bring you nothing but the best quality in terms of cables. So regardless of where you find yourself, Tropical Cable should be your only choice, not an option.
We have served and continue to serve institutions like ECG, Gridco, VRA, Anglo Gold Ashanti, Gold Fields Ghana, Newmont, Trasaco, Agricattle Lakeside Estates, Reggie Manuel, Vodafone, Batis Construction, B-Rock Ventures, just to name a few.
It's obvious that now we are the largest in Ghana. We are the first or second in West Africa. And we are looking beyond going that to become the true African industrial giant. As we take on the North African manufacturers who are bigger, but we have no doubt that within the next 5 years, as we move into MV cables and other sophisticated cables, that will give them a run for their money.
Quality is our hallmark and excellence our passion. We are the best at what we do, and that is why we are Ghana's #1 cable manufacturer. Tropical Cable and Conductor Limited. Invest in the best. Achete la qualité. Top papa preko.
Can I be the president when I'm older?
Well, of course, you can be whatever you set your mind to.
But my friend laughs when I tell them I want to be the president.
Come, let me tell you a true story you can tell your friends when they laugh at you. Once upon a time, there was a small boy who watched his father and uncles start the struggles that eventually led to Ghana's independence. And you know what the boy learned from the struggles?
No.
Perseverance. Perseverance. It means never giving up until you have achieved what you set out to do. So when the boy grew up, he became the Secretary General of the People's Movement for Freedom and Justice. And you know what he did? Because he believed in Ghana and democracy, he persevered until his movement brought down the military government in 1978. Really? When he saw that there was no justice for Ghanaians, he led the Kumipreko demonstrations for human rights. He persevered and mobilized Ghanaians for multi-party democracy, which was achieved in 1992.
Wow.
And then, in 2008, he stood for Ghana's presidency, promising free SHS and industrial transformation.
Did he win? Did they have the free SHS?
No, he lost in this election, but he won people's hearts.
Did he persevere?
Yes, but that is one quality people admire in him. So, he stood for the elections again in 2012, and again he promised free SHS and industrialization.
And this time he won.
No, they lied about him. They said he would burn down the country that he's fought all his life for.
That doesn't sound like him at all.
You are right. He lost a disputed election and took it to court. When he lost in court, he accepted it in peace. He may have lost the election, but he won more hearts.
I hope he persevere.
Of course he did. He ran again in 2016, and this time he won! And Akufo-Addo became the president of Ghana.
Yay!
And do you know why he became president?
Because he
persevered.
Grandpa, one day I'll be a president.
Everything is possible.
The situation was dire, and I remember the previous NDC government took Ghana to the IMF, and it came with conditionalities of freezing on public sector employment. And then at the same time, the country was suffering from doomsday. And so it led to collapse of several businesses, especially in the private sector.
It got to a time that a lot of these young men and women had lost hope totally of the value of the sort of value that their qualifications had for them, and they had to congregate around an idea. I'm sure a lot of people remember this, Unemployed Graduates Association of Ghana, and a lot of them, I'm sure that there were scenes in parts of the country where graduates had to do certain jobs that obviously did not involve any sort of specialism that they had from these tertiary institutions.
There were graduates who had finished their national service and stayed home for 4 years, for 5 years, nurses and teachers who had stayed home for 6 years, some had even stayed home for 10 years without opportunity of being posted into any public sector employment. This was how bad and how difficult it was for young people. In fact, if you check the World Bank data at the time on youth unemployment, the figures were double digits, and it was very, very high among young people in the country.
I remember in a particular instance, one of the demonstrations that got very loud, the then president suggesting that, look, listen, jobs don't come that easily, and he wasn't a magician. It could only take a magician to solve the unemployment problem that these graduates faced.
As soon as His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo took over office, he started to take steps to reassure young people of this country that he was going to give them opportunity to work. And I remember NAPCO was one of the initiatives His Excellency outlined.
sure that one of the most euphoric moments for every young person in this country was the scenes at the Black Star Square on October 17, 2018, when for the very first time, having gone through the enrollment processes, our fellow citizens got the very first glimpse of trainees, as we call them. The president declared them ready for work on the day. And these were young men and women who were beyond control, beside themselves with joy and excitement.
About 100,000 of these young people have stayed home for 4 years, for 5 years, for 8 years, quickly got opportunity to be offered some kind of decent wages.
Staying in the house for quite too long and then actually having the opportunity to work, I mean, it's a joy. It's a real joy, and I can't keep it. I just have to make so much noise and then be very excited about it.
Yes, look at me, an adult at me. I still collected money from my parents. It's very shame with me. My younger brother who's in class 6 is still collecting chop money, and I still collecting chop money. So we thank the president for even taking part of this issue.
NAPCO is a very great initiative that President Akufo-Addo brought it on board, and we are all happy to embrace it.
And begin with words from Holy Scripture in Psalm 118, verse 24, and I quote, "This is the day the Lord has made. We will rejoice and be glad in it." Today is a very happy day for me. It is a day when we begin the process of banishing the specter of desperation and restoring hope and dignity to our youth.
Thanks to, for the very first time, someone thinking that a solution could be brought to their problem. Something that felt impossible. The previous president said that it would take a magician to be able to find them employment. President Akufo-Addo became the magician that found them the employment. And for them, one of the best things or best days of their lives.
My name is Fafa Afia Samani. I finished University of Cape Coast in 2015 with a bachelor's degree in film studies. When I finished University of Cape Coast in 2015, I wasn't able to secure a permanent job and my mom got very sick. I wasn't having enough money to support her, so I needed to go down to Pando. The medical bills and everything was becoming a problem on me. And at the same time too, my younger brother too needed to go to school. Family members do support me, but getting food, at the same time buying drugs and supporting my little brother was very difficult for me. To tell you the truth, as a lady getting to 30 years at that time and with no job, it was very difficult for me because she was diabetic. She was amputated. In 2018, I heard about the president's program to employ unemployed graduates in Ghana, which was called NAPCO. I applied online and it was very easy for me. After that, I got an SMS to attend an interview. I was called to come and start work as a NAPCO trainee in the Bando Municipal Assembly at the Secretariat. The monthly stipend that is being paid helped to support my mom and even myself to buy medical items and also give some to my brother to start school.
And from its very conceptual beginnings, you could tell that a lot of investment had gone into the thinking processes that gave birth to the scheme. That from the very point of entry throughout the processes to the very point of exit, everything was in place to make sure that the very barriers that kept our graduates out of the labor market were going to be addressed by the time they went through this 36-month program.
NAPCO has been very beneficial to me and my family. Personally, it gave me the job experience that I needed. And in NAPCO, there is also an online learning platform whereby you enroll and even write exam to even get additional certificate. Medak benana na kufuado ela beya eko na kokofe eye okpede nwunye eye okpede nye family chem eye atamede akpenelo.
Today, thanks to the Builders Corps, you have a lot of confident young men and women who wake up every day, over 100,000 of them, with an opportunity to go to a workplace, with an opportunity to earn an income, with an opportunity to be able to develop their skills better, with an opportunity to be able to make a meaningful contribution to nation building in areas such as education, in the health industry, in the digitization processes, in the mobilization efforts towards revenue in our country. If you look at the support that is going, as of current data, the Nation Builders Corps services over 3,000 institutions, both public and private.
My name is Mabel Krantma Enim. I completed University of Education, Winneba, in 2014. After my national service, I decided to search for a job on my own, moving from one private school to the other, but to no avail. My husband works, but you know, problem, he can be home for a whole month and he has not gone to work. Sometimes I have to beg. It's like I was always begging. Sometimes the response I get is even hurting. To worsen the problem, when I got pregnant in 2015, going to the hospital, the food I want to eat as a pregnant woman, I was not getting all those privileges. It even affected my child. When I gave birth to him, he got sick severely. He was even at the point of death. I always knew that one day there will be a breakthrough. And the breakthrough was the NAPCO initiative that came. So I also applied. I was there and I received a message that I've been employed by NAPCO. It was a relief for me. I felt so happy. I thought even getting the work was all. They've paid me till today that I'm speaking. Now I have my own capital. I sell black soap. I sell lotion. I get money. Now I shop for the house. In fact, I'm able to live the life I want. I have even forgotten all the problems I was in.
And people will not forget this, that there was a president who wanted our graduates in the street. President Akufo-Addo wanted them in our offices. And today they are in those offices working and assisting in the nation building effort. And that is something worth celebrating, if for nothing at all, that over 100,000 young men and women can finally have a footstep in the labor market.
Hi, my name is Salamatu. Yes, these are both me. You see, before free SHS, my life could have taken two very different paths. The SHS path depended on how much money my parents had, what sacrifices they were willing to make, and whether they would send me or my little brother Issa to SHS. The other part is what would have become of me if there was no free SHS. But today, thanks to free SHS, my future is bright and promising.
Congratulations, you have a name. He's a boy.
Instead of depending on others, I will stand on my own feet and help my family. Free SHS is where my dreams for a better future and the dreams of thousands of young girls become a reality. Don't let NDC take it away from us. Vote for NPP and give all Ghanaian girls a chance for a better future.
Hey, Mamia, as I know you when I see Afo, afa. Hey, who can't you atum? I was here. What can then I tell any free education? Enya no kwa o. Ese dum so na eni wonu bia ma ko store no nyame ado e koso a esika sam so e kosoro no. O ye sure say no kwa. Hey, enya ka ma me say why? Sawa. Na humie.
Maka fanadwe mame o.
Ukunkura maintenance yo. Na COVID baye. Wa ma ye light free, water free. Stay in a one good bottom. So still maintenance na say. Unim, mama ya di adwi bia ba. Enu me
Ya. Eyi na ekọ no asanti ba fa.
Esewara. Enya batu asem na muke.
Ai se maka on for wadwe mame.
Sewa memre me. Enya na do dan boda no ba ko asem na okay.
It wadwe na do atuma na.
Ati na tu.
Number 1 afa.
Within the Roxon Aka, if we say we are quite crude women. A fool menamu ye, a fool, a yame papa fool, a branami yakulan, ita ebejano, a fool mohasi. Sableno, na yo man panuko for ableso. Na coco nazare, any spray, and on what my free. Na me menso, Nemkola or more chilling so none so a free. Say yes, area, na health insurance so na ye call hospital so free. Ndi na ablabonu na emu ye mayen pa. Ensisaya Emma NDC aban ban. Na yare ya wo kokko mo e friend se sanbro no ye gya etwa. Nti se sickness na no mo de man ya. Yare no ma na ye dua, nti ne ya adwuma hu. Ablabonu mu be ye den. Enam so ma me papa kura efiri mu. Sabra so na ye bra na ma wie JHS a o se me ko secondary school. Nanso enam ahokyere ntino man tumi antoa so ahokyere no ma me ye madwen se me konkran na makwa kodi pa every 2017 a o man panyin akofo ado baaye no o de nsakara foforo abaku adwumam omo na obetwa ye koko no maye na o maye bode a ye dua na ono angasa ye la ne mpege na omo angasa so abedua koko no na omo angasa so adoma emfie mienu enso bode na omo adua no enyina ye kuafo na ye koko twa ye bode ye twa ye koko no a e kamienu ne fambia no e wo mpatasi kanso a ode emayen ntizese de e de ani je soronko bi abehye memu akoko adwuma no eno ana sese de meye ntu kwan enam na akofo ado ne hyehye pa ode ama akoko akuafo nti no ye beto aba aboye mpuntu ho ban na ma ne mfie nan e de aka ho ama na ye bebre ama akoko akuafo
Efiera. Eri asema aba.
Mama na kakrabe. When you school ibi. Na what do coach school fees? Discussion ho. Mu ha yo. Nti ma baba nya o de me gi. Mu e me to ho ko gom ho na mo koton. Na me school fees ma mo do ko.
Eri efiera. Announcement ni dede na de wura wo bo bebebe nti hwe.
Then
SHS ya school nti se o ye free. Easy feel kadoji. Me bebe nyini nya owo mi nchen. Dan when you school bi nya na me de no kwai. Manto books, manto squanta, manto she.
Damehu.
Mo yende sa akola no nya board na. Bottle trunk, na chow box. Ana ne man kitinkiti bi. E dey so a azu onya se be man pocket money. Ana no lol for the boko school.
Me da sa ati. Odu yi mo bi kire. The free SHS. Oya no kwal true be.
As soon as His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo took over office, he started to take steps to reassure young people of this country that he was going to give them opportunity to work.
This is the Election Bureau. Hello and welcome to the Citi Newsroom. My name is Zoe Abubedu Ado.
And I am Bobie Osei. Coming up.
Police identify over 6,000 hotspots ahead of the 2020 general elections, but assures adequate measures have been put in place to ensure a peaceful election.
We have identified 6,178 flashpoints nationwide. The flashpoints were decided based on a number of factors, such as incidents recorded in previous elections, this year's voters' registration exercise, and crime rates and other factors.
Also ahead, we explore the impact of the ambulance service in the Upper East region months after its distribution across the country under the One Constituency, One Ambulance initiative.
Because they have given us a lot of ambulances, clients come here early for what? Timely interventions.
Also coming up, Graduate Physician Assistants Association demands exclusion from the Medical and Dental Council.
Hereby call to the Minister of Health and the President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, to give us our own regulatory council.
And later, we will bring you up to speed on the latest with the U.S. elections.
Many thanks for your time. The details now. Over 6,000 hotspots have been identified by the country's security agencies ahead of the 2020 general elections. According to the National Elections Security Task Force, adequate measures have been put in place to ensure a peaceful election.
Now, speaking at a press conference, the chairman of the task force, James Opong-Bueno, says the country's security agencies are adequately prepared and poised to deal ruthlessly with miscreants who intend to foment trouble during the 2020 general election. Citi News' security correspondent Anas Seidu was at the press conference and has come through with this report.
The National Elections Security Task Force is made up of the Ghana Police Service, the Ghana Armed Forces, BNI, Fire Service, Customs Division of GRA, Prison Service, Ghana Immigration Service, EC and NCCE. Their main task is to plan and execute security strategies to ensure peaceful polls. Speaking at a press conference, Chairman of the task force, the IGP James Opong-Bueno, said over 62,000 security personnel will be deployed on December 7, 2020 to ensure a peaceful process.
Ladies and gentlemen, 62,794 security personnel from the Ghana Police Service, the Ghana Fire Service, the Ghana Prison Service, the Ghana Immigration Service, the Customs Division of the Ghana Revenue Authority, and the Ghana Armed Forces are being deployed for the elections. All the personnel that I've mentioned will be in their regular uniforms, with the exception of officers from the Criminal Investigation Department and of the Police Service and the Bureau of National Investigations, who will remain invisible.
James Opong-Bueno revealed that over 6,000 flashpoints have been identified nationwide. He, however, gave assurances that the security apparatus will adequately police such areas to prevent anything untoward.
We are approaching all polling stations as potential flashpoints. However, we have identified 6,178 flashpoints nationwide. The flashpoints were decided based on a number of factors, such as incidents recorded in previous elections, this year's voters' registration exercise, and crime rates and other factors relating to those centers. As a result, our approach in these areas will be slightly different from other areas.
COP Tebiri, Director General of Police Intelligence, also gave details on the number of electoral violence cases recorded and investigated during the voter registration exercise.
120 under investigation, if you do the calculation. We have 48 that were sent to court, 29 settled, as I said. Then we have 10 of such cases where convictions have been given, and then 2 acquittals, and the want of prosecution where individuals don't show up is 7. So if you do the calculation, 204 were recorded.
The Director General of CID, COP Kenyabua, said 5 persons have been arrested and prosecuted in connection with the recent Ododo-Diodio clashes. He also gave details of some arms that were impounded in Tema.
5 persons have been arrested. They were taken to court, and so the case is still at court. The 436 pistols that were intercepted at Tema Port, investigation is ongoing. Initially, 6 persons were arrested, but as at now, we are holding on to 1 person. We have examined the weapons, and they are gas pistols.
Now, the Electoral Commission is scheduled to appear before Parliament on Thursday. The meeting, which is expected to take place in the chamber, is in response to a request from members to ascertain the level of the Commission's preparedness towards the 2020 polls. The National Security Minister and other security heads are also expected to be present at the sitting to brief members of Parliament on preparations for the polls. There is more in the following report.
In May 2020, the Electoral Commission appeared before the Special Budget Committee of the House to brief members on the state of its preparedness for the 2020 polls. Last week, some members of the House reiterated calls for the Commission to be summoned to provide details on the state of its readiness less than 40 days to the polls. Speaking on the floor of the House on Wednesday, the Majority Leader Oseiche Mensah said the Commission and other state institutions have responded positively to the request from members.
We have contacted almost all of them. The Electoral Commission is in the process of readjusting their own program for tomorrow, and possibly we shall see all these major stakeholders come to the House tomorrow to brief us. By that, also the country. The figure, the arrangement will be for the Minister in charge of National Security to give us a briefing, and then we shall recline into a committee of the whole to listen to all these other major players, including the NCC and the Media Commission.
In response to the Majority Leader, the Minority Leader Haruna Idrisu demanded the presence of the Inspector General of Police and the Minister for the Interior as part of the security briefings.
In respect of the security agencies, we want the Minister for Interior to support the Minister for National Security, and this time the IGP must be in attendance because we want to understand what the deployment of the police service will be across the country to every constituency, to every police station. We need to know who goes where. So appreciate it. We look forward to tomorrow when they come to give us the brief. And I'm sure the whips, this is a matter which affects all of us. So as you've heard, Leader, you should get members to show commitment and interest in those matters for the future good of our country.
In relation to the Ejapa Royalties Agreement, a member of the Finance Committee, John Jinapo, stated the minority position on the quality of work delivered by the Special Prosecutor.
This also goes to Parliament, that when such agreements are brought, there is no need to rush them through.
You cannot rush such an important agreement through within 24 hours. And we insisted that they should take their time so they'll do the right thing. But the majority thought that they had the numbers. And today, look at the embarrassment that we are faced with. This embarrassment is of monumental proportion. It embarrasses all Ghanaians. And so, irrespective of what the committee chairman says, I rather think that he should take a deep introspection and look at how he handles some of these issues, because it goes to the core of Parliament.
The House passed the Air Services Navigation Agency Bill to create an independent entity out of the current Ghana Civil Aviation Authority to focus on the air navigation functions previously conducted by the Civil Aviation Authority. The House also passed the Plant Variety Protection Bill to protect the rights of breeders of new varieties of plants. Here is the Minister for Food and Agriculture, Dr. Owusu Efiri-Akoto, on the new bill.
The bill is really meant to protect the rights of the breeder. And there was a lot of misunderstanding in the public space. So a lot of protests and all kinds of things. But I'm glad that now, through education and constant communication, we've been able to show the benefits of this bill to encourage scientists to put in their maximum so that they get paid for the work that they do. And this is why we think it's important that the bill which is about to be passed will have a great impact on agriculture in Ghana.
Away from Parliament, the Graduate Physician Assistants Association of Ghana says it wishes to be free from the supervision of the Medical and Dental Council. Now, the association says it wants the Ministry of Health and the Ghana Health Service to allow its members to have an independent council to manage their own affairs. At a press conference in Accra on Wednesday, executives of the group outlined the reasons for their decision.
The Medical and Dental Council of Ghana has failed its mandate to advance the career of the physician assistant and certified registered anesthetist, with increasing attempt to make the profession irrelevant, redundant, abolished a decade of regulation. Therefore, lacks the mandate to regulate the professional category, and hereby call to the Minister of Health and the President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, to give us our own regulatory council.
Before the scope of practice of a particular profession is either changed, expanded, there has to be a study conducted on the practice of that profession to say that, okay, based on this study, based on evidences available, we have to either change or alter or expand the practice of this profession. We understand that. MDC just got some few people sat in a room based on their sentiments, said that we are bringing out a new scope of practice document for physician assistants without consulting any physician assistant association.
With barely a month to the polls in December, President Akufo-Addo is appealing to chiefs within the Adansi traditional area to impress upon the incumbent Member of Parliament for Fomena, Andrew Amoako-Isiama, to rescind his decision to contest as an independent parliamentary candidate. The president says he is yet to come to terms with the decision of the party member despite several attempts by the party's leadership to stop him.
Mfonso bi aba ema ene otumi bedi MP no biomwa mesra no onfa mfonso no tunche ni anhwe ekuo no asem na yeto aba ne wie a bibia sise bia sise mo no sunya ahoto no mini na kasa the man assurance yes sise me no na ya ma Yera Tamuafo, Nakoye MP Wahano, Yabato, Ora, Siamas, San Biana too, at Tamuafo. Tamuafo one Paba. That's a MPPH, and Janachi. Mr. Solo couldn't be about my father, and now only ambassador, and will Congo Brazzaville. Because what's there a dog Amman, who no actually a dog Amane. Mamuti kunya sumu de amuti ase. Yamfa ebufu ebu omai. Utimi fa wan kasa wabufu ye be yi. Timi de madisre masuma aba hodeda. Se manye mesre. Se pekwan bi na ne kasa.
Now, the flag bearer of the National Democratic Congress, John Dramani Mahama, is promising to deliver massive infrastructural development in the Greater Accra region when voted into power. He made this known when he rounded up his tour of the region in the Ayawaso West, Wagwon, Adentan and Dom Kwabinya constituencies. The former president, at a mini rally, promised to build a technical and vocational school for the people of Dom Kwabinya constituency if he wins the December 7 polls. Citi News' and Shelley Ziu has been following his campaign and has come through with this report.
The presidential candidate of the NDC, John Dramani Mahama, yesterday visited the Dome, Labaulation, Amahia, Madina, Adabaka and some parts of the Greater Accra region. At Dome, John Dramani Mahama promised to build a technical and vocational school for youths in the area. He also promised to ensure the completion of the Dome market should he be voted back into power.
Ghana is a sign. After Krachi Juma no and no subium. Omo movie school so omo hwe Krachi Juma. Omo doso. After we share in Juma e wo Ghana ha. E Juma e wo se odisua onsano ejuma. Ye ba ye see a crane operator. Ye pe bulldozer operator. Ye pe excavator operator. Ye pe master welder. Ye pe master carpenter. And so over ye put him at Domika Vinya. Ye mabunu over hwehwa wonyabi. Enti ye besi technical vocational training school e wo Domika Vinya ha.
At Labaulation, he rebuked the assembly for preventing the NDC's parliamentary candidate, John Dumelo, from desilting drains in the constituency to prevent flooding in some areas.
What a responsible government will do is necessary. Say, moving say, a idea I was some way, and I can some munya machine back home, ever Canadian. Namu yin in them, and yes, sir. And so I say, hey, and you were a branch judge. You machine if you home. Hey, so, and you machine if you home. Almost a Jumano on one yet. And I assume no toy, and I assume no buy, and at the end of the day, and I say, California.
Interacting with traders at Madina Market, Mahama promised to upgrade the infrastructure development of the constituency by rebuilding and modernizing the Madina Market.
You will be your friend with a big push. Investment in social and economic infrastructure. Eti yaka ewa your manifesto mu say Johnny Bebrea ewa hono ye besi ne foforo. Eti Madina Market one of the markets ye be modernizing Madina Market near ne foforo.
The National Democratic Congress in the Eastern Region is accusing President Akufo-Addo and the New Patriotic Party of enticing voters with sword-cutting ceremonies. According to the opposition party, work is yet to start on any of the health projects the president cut short for during his working visit to the region.
Now, addressing the press at the proposed site for the remodeling of the Inyerisi Hospital, the Regional Communications Officer of the NDC, Dallas Ampoma Williams, indicated that the NPP has performed poorly in the home region of the president.
So far, we have analyzed about 8 sites that the Sakawa sword-cutting ceremonies on health were performed since he last visited the region. And these sites are yet to see a scintilla of work weeks after the ceremonies were done. For instance, Akufo-Addo performed the sword-cutting ceremony for the construction of the Eastern Regional Hospital in Koforidua on July 22nd, 2020. And to date, the place has become the den of rodents and dangerous reptiles. Again, a visit to the Dukrum site where Akufo-Addo cut saw for the construction of a district hospital in August 25, 2020 we saw a forest. Ladies and gentlemen of the press, we demonstrated to you a few weeks ago that even though this is the home region of the president, yet the most deprived in terms of development since he became president. Sadly, all the projects that were started by the visionary John Dramani Mahama have been left to rot.
Let's still stay with the NDC. The running mate to the NDC's John Dramani Mahama, Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman, has rounded up her two-day campaign tour of the Savannah region with a call on inhabitants of Damongo to maintain Adam Mutawakilu in Parliament. The campaign took her to Sola, Bole, Tinga, Narabanga and Dabuya, among other places. Whilst in the Damogo constituency, Professor Opoku-Agyeman called on the electorates not to be swayed by money to engage in what has become known as skirt and blouse voting.
Now who tied this road? Who brought the electricity? Who brought the schools? Now today we hear that some people are bringing money. Why have not they used the money to bring you water? Someone maybe Sani say they are not all teachers Sikano. I don't know for Sikano may ensure I don't know for Sikano all fancy school. I don't know for electricity in the Bambeka. I don't know fancy hospital. Or buy and fear Ahini. After no better teachers car. Sikano do the bar and you'll be a Sika. Sasa no better Sikano. Now on for school ma, on for hospital ma, on for choir ma, on for hotel ma, on for obo ma, on for bridge ma. Nasa na emanu titu anopa bi obaso no fa pan esi na pampam wo kwa ko se nsu abafie dia sa nipa no ye nto aba ma no obia skirt and blouse or chroma ase e so na ye nyina nim sadia na hate na nim sadia haye na nim sadia ye kwa enim ha so so be ye enti anya sika no bi de be dada ye ye hwehwe mpuntu ye hwehwe school papa ama ye mako ye mpa double track.
Now, the governing New Patriotic Party achieved 56% of its promises captured in its 2016 manifesto. Now, that's according to policy think tank Imani Africa. Now, the assessments of the party's 510 promises covered governance, economy, health, infrastructure, education and social services, among others. Addressing the media on the final scorecard on the NPP's 2016 manifesto, research consultant with Imani, Dennis Asare, attributed the performance to lack of commitment and inadequate allocation of resources.
According to the report, the New Patriotic Party fulfilled 57% of the 162 promises it made in the 2016 manifesto in the area of economy. The promise to reduce corporate tax from 25% to 20% and a transparent distribution of Maslow funds are yet to be achieved. Under governance, the report explained that government could not deal with corruption as promised, although the Office of the Special Prosecutor was established. The setting up of a website for corruption reporting and the compliance with the Public Procurement Authority in awarding government contracts were all promises that were not fulfilled in the 4-year tenure of the New Patriotic Party government. The assessment raised concerns about the infrastructure deficit yet to be tackled. The promise to complete the Eastern Corridor roads, the registration of all Ghanaians, reviewing the siting of fuel stations and finding ways to end flooding in the country were all not achieved. In explaining the reasons for the performance, research consultant at Imani, Dennis Asare, mentioned the lack of commitment and inadequate allocation of resources at its courts.
Clear lack of commitment to such promises, and also what we could also say is that government revenue is very limited. So when they promise the heavens, they come back and realize that they can only provide the earth. So it becomes very difficult for you to prosecute all your promises. So the challenge is that government has a lot of things to do, but the revenue is limited. So they may not be able to also implement all that. There are some too that it's just lack of commitment. For example, establishing the mental health fund. You don't need revenue to establish a fund. There's the LI has been passed. There's an authority in charge of mental health. So establishing the fund doesn't require a whole huge or any laborious process to do that. So some of them, apart from the lack of commitment to do it, sometimes to government revenue also limits them.
Vice Chairman of the Communications Committee of Parliament and the NPP Member of Parliament for Second-D, Andrew Ejapa Mesa, disagreed with the findings of the report.
It's good for third parties to evaluate the manifesto commitments of political parties. We ourselves have assessed and evaluated our performance. I think that the MPP did better than the Imani assessment is. But I think that by and large, it's a useful contribution to our democratic process. And as the years go by, I'm sure that it will be improved for it to become some standard if that is the way to go. But I think, like the Vice President said, that we've done in the region of some 70 to 80% of our 2016 manifesto commitments to the people of Ghana.
He says the report will not affect the chances of the governing New Patriotic Party in the December polls.
Competing, then we need to compare the records of the opponent, right? Imani assessed the NDC in 2016's final scorecard at 52.9%. We have done 56.7%. So clearly, when it comes to the delivery on the promises, a third party has indicated that the New Patriotic Party performed better than the National Democratic Congress. So I don't see how that impacts on our vote at all.
This is still the City Newsroom. My name is Zoe Abubedu Ado.
And I am Bobie Osei.
When we return from this break, we'll take you to the Upper East region and explore the impact of the ambulance service months after its distribution across the country under the One Constituency, One Ambulance initiative.
Do stay tuned for details on that story and many others when we return.
Rigworld Solutions, forging the frameworks of Ghanaian industry. Engineering solutions from the heart of Takrade, Kejebil. At Rigworld Solutions, we manufacture industrial bolts and nuts, fasteners, hoses and fittings for the extractive and petrochemical industries. World-class products with local expertise. Locate our factory in Kejebil of the Takrade Takwa Road. Call 0302-949917 or 0540-107504. Email enquiries at rigworldsolutions.com. Rigworld Solutions, crafted in Ghana, engineered for the world.
During tough times, we need a competent leader we can trust to keep us all safe.
Nana gave me free water when I needed it most to keep me clean and safe from COVID-19.
Nana gave me lower cost of internet during COVID-19 to operate my small business from home.
Nana told us to trust him to keep our children safe from COVID-19 when we send them back to school. Nana was right.
Nana gave me free electricity in my hour of need during COVID-19.
Nana told us to trust him to keep Ghana safe from COVID-19.
You've come a long way from where you started, and in that time, you've upgraded a lot.
But have you upgraded your entertainment? When you upgrade to GoTV Max, everyone gets an upgrade. Football fans can up their game with La Liga and get all new action with the NBA and NFL on a brand new channel, ESPN. The kids will go crazy for the most popular kids shows, and family night is sorted with blockbuster movies on TNT. Plus, our local celebrities will keep you connected to your continent, while our general entertainment channels will take you international. There's a whole lot for the whole family when you upgrade to GoTV Max. So make the move today and give your family an upgrade they'll love. GoTV. Live it, love it.
I give my family confidence with Pepsodent Triple Protection 123. It's 3 toothpaste in 1 to give them cavity protection, white teeth, and fresh breath. Pepsodent Triple Protection 123.
It is Christmas.
What do you want for Christmas? A new car, a vacation, or expand your business? Make your wish and have it come true in the 100 days of Christmas with a Republic Bank Christmas loan. The Republic Christmas loan is quick, easy, and so affordable with super fast turnaround time. Come into any of our branches nationwide. Call or WhatsApp 055-654-3212 or apply online via republicghana.com. Remember, wear your nose mask, stay safe. Republic Bank, we are the one for you.
You're welcome back from that break. Now, Ghana's emergency healthcare system is not as efficient as what exists in many developed countries. Mishandling of severely injured patients by untrained persons, inadequately trained staff, inadequate equipment such as ambulances, and lack of data on acute burden of disease hampers planning and equitable resource allocation, leading to high mortality rates.
Now, it is estimated that persons with life-threatening but salvageable injuries are 6 times more likely to die in Ghana than in the USA. Citi News' Fred Awuni takes a look at how new ambulances allocated to the Upper East region are helping to reduce mortality at some health facilities in the capital.
As at 2019, the Upper East region had 7 ambulances, of which only 1 was functional, making access to ambulances in response to emergency cases very low. The situation led to the loss of many lives, particularly accident victims and expectant mothers. Others with injuries had their legs amputated due to late arrival to health facilities. On February 3, 2020, the Upper East region received 16 ambulances under the One Constituency One Ambulance Initiative to meet the increasing demand for ambulance services and also help reduce maternal mortality resulting from lack of ambulances for timely referrals. The ambulances have been designed with the requisite equipment to provide critical first aid to emergency cases in transit to healthcare facilities. Upper East Regional Administrator of the Ghana Ambulance Service, Ali Baba Awuni, spoke to Citi News about how beneficial the ambulance intervention has been to the region.
Emergency management those days was just an issue of you come to work, you are called for duty, and all you do is no ambulance. They call you for an emergency, all you do is no ambulance. So you jack up in your uniform, get here, and all you need to do is just refer to other private means or other means to pick accident victims, most especially. We had a springing up of most of the private ambulances in town, but unfortunately with our coming, now they have seen that these ambulances are in, they run within town free, and so they can match their distance. So most of them have converted their vehicles to hers. So this will tell you that it's good for us. Yeah.
But as the Bolgatanga municipality continues to record motor accidents on daily basis, some residents tell Citi News the One Constituency One Ambulance initiative has helped to reduce mortality from accidents.
I witnessed an accident which, lo and behold, the ambulance was there to help. And you know, those managing the ambulances, I think the training they have gone to has also helped. Because gone are the days that if there's an accident, before you could say Jack, people would rush in to pick the victim and even in turn worsening the fellow situation. But this time when the ambulance operators come, they take their time to mobilize the victim well.
At first, we were finding it difficult with the ambulance services, but for now it's better. The reason saying this is that now, like when we are in need of the ambulance services, it doesn't take you it doesn't take you for some time before getting them. But at first, we have to struggle for some time before you get them.
Heads of the emergency, gynecology and maternity wards at the Bolgatanga Regional Hospital say they are now able to save lives in real time due to the responsiveness of the ambulances to emergency cases.
Initially, it used to be difficult when they are bringing clients to deliver. But now, because they have given us a lot of ambulances, clients come here early for what? Timely interventions.
Meanwhile, 2 of the region's 16 ambulances have already broken down. While lack of space to house some of them is posing a challenge, Regional Administrator of the Ambulance Service, Ali Baba Awuni, says they need further support to enhance their operations.
Two challenges that has to do with some of the stations' establishment. Up till now, some stations have not been able to get us offices. I was in Fumbisi, Sandema, Navrongo Chana last week, and they have not been able to meet the requirement as far as office space is concerned.
COVID-19 has not disappeared from the world, but many people are living their normal lives, with few people doing so with a bit of caution. For some, however, they have thrown caution to the wind because they believe the rate of infection and the devastation is not as bad as before. Such is the case in most parts of Ghana, as government has relaxed almost every COVID-19 induced restriction. A visit by Citi News to the Nana Bosoma market in Sunyane, a temporary space created for traders to observe social distancing, showed that they are not observing the safety protocols any longer. Michael Sapong Mfum reports.
I'm currently at the temporary Nana Bosoma market here in Sunyane, where traders who were formerly at the Sunyane Jubilee Park and the Sunyane Coordination Park were relocated to this place a few days ago. But I observed that majority of them are not observing the COVID-19 safety protocols. The temporary Nana Bosoma market was constructed to relocate traders at the Jubilee Park and the Sunyane Coronation Park. The traders were temporarily relocated to the 2 venues due to the outbreak of COVID-19 in the country and the need to observe the social distancing protocol by reducing overcrowding in the market. However, since the relocation of traders to the new market, there is total disregard for COVID-19 safety protocols at the market, as is the case in most parts of the country, after government relaxed many of the country's COVID-19 restrictions. When Citi News visited the place on Wednesday, which is the Sunyane Market Day, people were briskly going about their duties without regard for the safety protocols. The Bono region has so far recorded 600 COVID-19 cases, with 34 new cases recorded only last week. 1 person has also died from the disease. The traders gave varied reasons why they are not observing the safety protocols.
Yes, pa na bet. We say na eba aprapre no. Ene say o nsa me ni nyina si akasa. Eba aprapre ni ntira so obi e bubo ni table we. Mpa chom ni ko na say ntia ni ntia ahihya ye ni omam. nti anti me stress obi bia e free me fa say free next week kwani de no obi anya ba bia ote nti me stress obi e badwoma on share de no metena ho na obi biara so oba beto no so no so ba na on hye bia na so aka ache no ahye ne nyina ya aboye ho ban no ba un se bia nhye bi I said the aswani ya ja hye de be moye e wo se ye hye aha nti edi bia ready free next week e de e de ko e de ye hwe ye be hye ye be kosoa ye ti ye be hye
nti ama bia no o hwe table na se na mo sa abo table na ma social distance na ya dwuma aha be din nyina chu no ba yi no mistake de na iwefie so ho no nti no smart na me ba se me de media ba na wo me bag mi mo akui se be obi a so ba on hye ne de kama se be ya be boy ho ban afi COVID no na bibia aye okay.
The traders are also calling on the Sunyani Municipal Assembly to ensure that all traders selling on pavement elsewhere are relocated to the new temporary market.
Ala mo dia ba na yepe yes remo se mba mo obi bia ya de tonfo no ye nyina ye betena hase ye nyina ye tena ha ne dia ye pepa beboa ye nyina ama de to na timi akoso ye nyina ye ba ha ne ye bedi dwana no beboa nti no no omuni assembly wo bi ka sawati ase aha nti no e wo so omu nyina be ka ye ho ha na ye di dwana na ne ye wano na ekọ na dwana koso ese ye nyina ya ba ha edwa aba enne ya ehwe ye dwana ba pa ehwe ti ehwe de nyame be ye o meto ade so
esa ha ne de ye ban de bibia koso boni bia ni ha o ga na ye bo nyame pa ese enkoso dada se ya mai on se okọ sunyan dwa on ma lolo kwan ho nyina bi mu dwa on na mu ka sa me yi amu nyina begu ase be ha dwa no ye be everyday market se ha be to se sam se san krofo no ba amusa mo kwa no amu fo so fa mu nansi fo na mu nyina begu dwa ni na dwa nya ma se be sunyan so obi aba na obisa na se ohun se be sunyan so dwa ye so ya nya na ha
more needs to be done by the Sunyani Municipal Assembly to ensure that traders relocated to these temporary markets adhere to the COVID-19 safety protocols. On the temporary Nanabusman market here in Sunyani, I am Michael Saponiform reporting.
Now, the overlord of Dagbon, Yana Mahama Abubakar II, has called on the good people of Dagbon and Ghanaians in general to embrace peace ahead of the December elections. At the celebration of his second anniversary of the Damba Festival, the overlord highlighted the essence of peace in the development of the country. The PRO for the overlord, Yakubu Musa, spoke to Citi News.
Just the king of Dagbon is that peace is very expensive. Peace is very expensive. You all know the strategies that we went through. You all know the distresses we went through for the past 16, 17 good years. It has, it has affected our development. It has affected employment and so on and so forth. So he's appealing to the people of Dagbon, chiefs, the youths, to, as it were, be together. Let's come together. Let's consolidate the peace. Let's sustain the peace. So that going forward, what is expected of Dagbon will definitely come to Dagbon. Because development cannot move to an area where there is violence. Development cannot move to an area where there is war. And so when we remain together, definitely, anytime we cry out to the government will definitely be ready to listen to the people. And so that is what His Majesty expects from the people of Dagbon.
You're still watching the Citi Newsroom. We're taking a breather here. When we return, we'll bring you up to speed with the latest with the US elections.
Details shortly. Please stay with us.
Something new this November. Looking for star-studded suspense.
It's what rich, entitled people do when threatened. They conceal the ugly truths to protect themselves.
Maybe you're in search of true love.
Roses are red, violets are blue.
I got a crush on you, baby. Would you be my boo?
What about a bit of family drama? Need something to keep the kids entertained?
We're ready to help with the case, Mira. We'll look for clues.
Perhaps criminally good comedy is your thing. Whatever you're in the mood for, look no further than DSTV.
Hi, my name is Salamatu. Yes, these are both me. You see, before free SHS, my life could have taken two very different paths. The SHS path depended on how much money my parents had, what sacrifices they were willing to make, and whether they would send me or my little brother Issa to SHS. The other part is what would have become of me if there was no free SHS. But today, thanks to free SHS, my future is bright and promising.
Congratulations, you have a name. He's a boy.
Instead of depending on others, I will stand on my own feet and help my family. Free SHS is where my dreams for a better future and the dreams of thousands of young girls become a reality. Don't let NDC take it away from us. Vote for NPP and give all Ghanaian girls a chance for a better future.
Yeah, if you win, no one win like Bet Planet. My baby, oh no.
Sunana Abdul Razak. Last week, I received a message from Bet Planet. Come on, now win golden ticket. Nadan Jin Saya, my Mercedes Benz. Ombak, Yadava Kuma, Gashina, Gasuna Nakan. Ongana Gora, come on, Gaskiani. Mana Sunchi, now go to Bet Planet. Now go to Moko.
Yeah, if you win, no one win like Bet Planet. My baby, oh no. If you win, no one win like Bet Planet.
Constant yawning, heavy eyelids, blurred vision, and veering off the road are some of the signs that you are falling asleep while driving. This is driver fatigue. Always stop when tired. In Ghana, by law, after 4 hours of continuous driving, drivers should take a mandatory 30 minutes rest. Whilst resting, avoid heavy food, alcohol, and drugs. Even some medication can impair your driving. A driver can then drive for another 4 hours in that day. For long distances, share the drive. Avoid driver fatigue by getting a good sleep before trips. Don't drive tired. Stop road crashes now. Stay alive.
This road safety education is brought to you by the National Road Safety Authority.
Many thanks for your time. It's been over 12 hours since polls closed in the United States of America, but the country is yet to know who becomes president for the next 4 years.
Now, counting is still underway in some key states, but available figures from those states seem to put the Democratic challenger, Joe Biden, ahead of President Donald Trump. There is more in the following report.
The fate of the United States presidency hung in the balance on Wednesday as President Donald Trump and Democratic challenger Joe Biden battled for the states of Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, which are considered as the battleground states that could determine who wins the presidency. The latest vote counts in Michigan and Wisconsin gave Biden a small lead, but it was still too early to find an outright winner. It is unclear when or how quickly a winner will be determined. Donald Trump is projected to win 23 states, including Texas, Ohio, and Florida. But earlier, he alleged electoral fraud and revealed the possibility of challenging the results at the Supreme Court, though millions of votes were still to be counted.
This is a major fraud in our nation. We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list. Okay?
While counting is still ongoing in some of the key states, Joe Biden's lead in the popular vote keeps growing. The Democrat is leading President Trump by more than 2.5 million votes nationally, putting him on 50% of the overall vote share and Trump on 48%.
We feel good about where we are. We really do. I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election. We knew because of the unprecedented early vote and the mail-in vote that it was going to take a while. We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying votes is finished. And it ain't over till every vote is counted, every ballot is counted.
So far, some news outlets and projections state that Biden has 227 electoral college votes, while Trump has 213. To win the presidency, 270 electoral college votes are needed. Observers say it may take a day or more before the final outcome is known, especially as the full results for 8 states, including Georgia, Arizona, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, are yet to be projected.
That's how we wrap up on the Citi Newsroom. For more news, log on to citinewsroom.com.
Subscribe to CityTube on YouTube for more exclusive video content from Citi TV.
Download the Citi Newsroom app from the Google Play Store or the App Store and keep updated on the go.
You can also watch Citi TV on DSTV channel 363 and GoTV channel 182.
My name is Zoe Abubedu Ado.
And I am Bobie Ose. It's been a pleasure coming away.
This weekend on Footprints, former Director General of the Ghana Health Service, Professor Achiman Bedu Akosa, continues telling his riveting story.
And everybody felt that pathology was too difficult. Akosa couldn't do it.
And the head of department said I didn't get distinction in pathology, so he wouldn't accept me. I said, hey, my first degree there was head also. Second degree,
that's all.
The couple. No. So luckily he went on sabbatical, and I got accepted. And when he came back, I was in the department, and he wasn't happy, but he soon realized that it would have been a mistake if they had not taken me into the department.
Wow.
So we did 2 years here, good grounding. I was on autopsy duty every day. Every day I did 20 autopsies. Every day. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
At the main mortuary?
Yes.
So you were contesting with Papa Kwesi Ndum?
Papa Kwesi Ndum, Kweku Asafo, Braja Kwete, who else? Yeah. So there were 3 people from the same camp fighting Papa Kwesi Ndum.
Okay.
And of course, he won. But because I knew what had happened, I told him that there was no way I was going to give him my support. Because I don't believe that a political party should be totally emasculated by another political party.
Okay.
All right? So you didn't win squarely, and I withdrew. So this was not where Ghana should be at all. And this was somebody who, on the very day he finished his program in Abuja, he came by boat straight to Ghana and giving his all to Ghana. Because now it is almost as if everybody else in Ghana does not matter except those who have committed themselves to a certain political discipline. They are the only people who matter. They are the only people whose views matter, and everybody else is sidelined.
Footprints airs this and every Saturday at 9 a.m. with a repeat on Sunday at 4 p.m. only on Citi TV.
Footprints is sponsored by Bethel Logistics Company Limited, experts in shipping logistics.